6 members present. Mr. Twigg has called and mentioned that he is on vacation out of town, and he wishes everyone well. So Mr. Twigg is not present at this time, but all other members are present. We have before us the agenda for this evening, and now the chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda. So moved by Dr. Meyer. Is there a second? Second. Second by Ms. Shelley. Properly moved and second. Any questions?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
On the, can we pull 15, let me see. I'm trying to figure out where it is. 1505.
And what's the purpose for pulling 15?
I'd like to have, to table that until I have more backup documentation, i.e. the contracts for it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Dr. Meyer to approve the agenda, and we have it seconded by Ms. Shelley, and Ms. Phelps is asking for it to be tabled. Are you making a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion.
Okay,
to
Ms.
table
Phelps
that.
is making a motion that 15.05 be pulled from the agenda. Is there a second?
But you only have one motion on the table at the time.
Right.
Yeah, well, she's presenting a motion at this time.
But you haven't concluded, Dr. Meyer. Is that, Dr. Meyer, why you're making that? Is that correct?
I think my understanding of the order, the most current motion that has been presented has to either receive a second, and if it does, then we vote on it. But we don't. Do we have a second? Seeing no second, the motion fails. So we have on the table now the original motion, which includes 15.05, which is probably moved to second. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0 with 1 absent. Moving on to 3.0, let it be resolved that the board conduct a closed meeting for the following purposes: consideration of candidates for employment, assignment, promotion, demotion, and discipline of employees, or resignation of employees who have a contractual commitment to the board as permitted by 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, and consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect negotiation or litigation posture of the public body pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A7 of the Code of Virginia. The chair now entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Mr. Blaine. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Phelps. Any question? Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0 with 1 absent. We are now in closed session. Number 1, we have a motion to re-enter open session. Moved by Mrs. Gramp, seconded by Mr. Blaine. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0 with 1 absent. Certification of closed meeting. Whereas the Spotsylvania County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such a closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Spotsylvania County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting. Will now entertain a motion. Moved by Mrs. Phelps. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Meyer. We'll have roll call vote. We'll start inside out. Mrs. Phelps.
Phelps, aye.
Mr. Blaine.
Aye.
Dr. Meyer.
Aye.
Ms. Shelley.
Shelley, aye.
Ms. Grant.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The motion carries 6-0 with one absent. Item 5.01, items from the closed meeting. Dr. Martin.
Mr. Chairman, we have two motions coming out of closed session. First motion is as follows: that the school board accepts the recommendation of the superintendent for personnel appointments, assignments, resignations, retirements, and requests for extended leave for the 2019-2020 school year as presented and discussed in closed meeting and permitted by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. We have a motion. Moved by Dr. Myers, this is second by Ms. Phelps. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0 with one absent. Continue with the second motion, please.
Second motion is that the school board enter into mediated settlement agreement and mutual release prepared by legal counsel and discussed in closed meeting to settle the pending litigation with Aiken Incorporated and Pennsylvania National versus Spotsylvania County Public Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. We have the chair will now entertain a motion. Moved by Mr. Blaine. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Shelley. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0 with one absent. We are now in recess until 6:30. I want to welcome you back to our regular scheduled school board meeting for the 11th of November. At this time, if you would take your phones, either turn them off or silence them so there won't be a disruption to the meeting. We're going to have, well, everybody's in place, excuse me. So at this time, we're going to have Dr. Meyer lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If the assembly would please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dr. Meyer, thank you. I want to take an opportunity to ask you all to join me in a moment of silence. It's with much sadness I share that one of our employees passed away on October 20th. Miss Earlene Kearns joined the Spotsylvania County Public Schools in 2002 as a bus driver for Battlefield Elementary, Battlefield Middle, and Cortland High School. Please join me in a moment of silence as we celebrate her dedication to the students of Spotsylvania County. She will be greatly missed. Thank you very much. Well, we have no public hearing for this evening, And so we'll move right to the consent agenda. Dr. Martin.
Mr. Chairman, we have 9 items on the consent agenda this evening. 9.01 is minutes of the October 14th, 2019 regular meeting. 9.02, approval of donations, which are usual and customary. 9.03, approval of FY 2018 budget amendment number 16, requesting that $20,345 in construction invoices be accrued to fiscal year 2019 instead of FY 2020, based on the timing of the work completed to ensure a proper budget and appropriation capacity, and requesting an increase in the FY 2019 appropriation to the School Capital Projects Fund by $20,345 and a decrease in the FY 2020 appropriation to the School Capital Projects Fund. 9.04, approval of FY 2020 budget amendment number 4, categorical transfer from instruction to technology budget categories for technology purchases to support student instruction in the amount of $3,880.20 and $9,000 from administration to technology for a finance-related software increase. 9.05, approval of FY 2020 budget amendment number 5, requesting a categorical transfer of $23,731 from the attendance and health category of the budget to the instruction category of the budget to accurately code the expenditures based on the final 6B grant award letter, the special education grant application, and VDOE account code structure. 9.06, approval of fiscal year 2020 budget amendment number 6, 2018 general obligation bond sale proceeds in the amount of $6,084,811 into Fund 5, debt service, and $167,614 into Fund 6, capital improvement. 9.07, approval of change orders number 25 and number 26 for the Cortland High School renovation project in the amount of $59,533. And 9.09, approval of easement with Rappahannock Electrical Cooperative to install and support and supply electrical power to modular classrooms at Massaponax High School at a cost of $11,672.37. Staff asks that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Dr. Meyer. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second by Mr. Blaine. Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0 with 1 absent. We'll now move past informational items that are listed in 10.01, 02, and 03 to our instructional highlight, 11.01, Performing Arts Highlight, Spotsylvania Knights Symphonic Orchestra. Ms. Flanard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight's highlight is Spotsylvania Knights Symphonic Orchestra under the direction of Miss Catherine Buchanan. The Symphonic Orchestra is by audition only, and most of the students in this group are also members of the elite Tri-M Music Society. The Tri-M Music Society is dedicated to using its talents for service to others and excellence in performance. Tonight, our Knights will perform Ashokan Farewell by Jay Unger, arranged by Custer, and also they will perform When Johnny Comes Marching Home, and that is arranged by Richard Steffen, and we are proud to share this program with you this evening.
Thank you so much. That music really touched, if it doesn't touch your spirit, I don't know what can. Thank you so much, and everyone is so talented. Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause. I was afraid to to clap at the end. I thought we were going to get another musical psych. We're going to move on now to instructional highlight, Cedar Forest Elementary House Program. Ms. Flinard.
Let's try again. Oh, there we are. Thank you, Mr. Braswell, members of the board, Dr. Baker and Dr. Martin. Cedar Forest Elementary has put an increased focus this year on improving school and student culture. Our school community supports the Spotsylvania County Public Schools vision that every day each child yearns to come to school excited about learning. And this evening, we're excited to share how Cedar Forest is supporting student culture through their house program, morning meetings, Oveus bullying prevention program, and the Pride Academy. Presenting this evening are the Cedar Forest Wolves, their principal, Allison Langridge, and members of the Cedar Forest team, Holly Taylor, Sean Bellis, Brooke Marshall, Mary Sisson, and Amber Burkmeyer.
Good evening, Chairman Braswell, Dr. Baker, Dr. Martin, and members of the board. I am Allison Langridge, and I have the privilege of serving as the principal at Cedar Forest Elementary. Tonight, we are excited to share how Cedar Forest is working to improve student culture. As a school, we have seen an increasing need to support social-emotional learning and development, and to create an atmosphere that promotes the vision that each day, each child yearns to come to school excited about learning. The program and supports we will share with you this evening would not be possible without Dr. Baker's and the board's dedication to increasing positions at our schools. Thanks to the additional supports for our students, as of the end of the first quarter, Cedar Forest has seen an 80% decrease in student discipline data. We attribute this to our ability to increase support for our students who exhibit the highest level of need. Tonight, our staff and students will be sharing our proactive approaches to improving student culture. This includes the new implementation of a school-wide house program designed to build relationships across staff and grade levels, teach character traits, and integrate with positive incentives across the school. We will share the continuation of the Oveus bullying prevention program, implementation of morning meetings in every classroom, and our Wolf Pride behavior intervention program. At this time, I'll turn it to our students sharing about our house program.
Hello, I'm Andrew Ellis, and I'm a 5th grade student at Cedar Forest. This year we have a house program. Each student in our school is a part of one of 4 houses. The blue house is kindness, the red house is resilience, the orange house is integrity, and the yellow house is respect. As a school, we work to show these traits every day. At school, we call this showing Wolf Pride.
My name is Aiden Zanella, and I'm a 5th grade student. As part of the house program, we select students to be house leaders. As a house leader, we meet with our principals and counselors to talk about what we need to improve on as a school. We work together to develop ideas to share with our school and plan our house meetings. At our house meetings, we share new ideas on how we can show Wolf Pride.
When we show Wolf Pride, we earn tokens for our houses. There's a scoreboard in our school showing the points we have earned throughout the year. At the end of the year, we will celebrate our success and award a house cup.
Having the house program this year has helped us learn more about each other and help everyone feel included in our school.
Good evening. My name is Amber Burkemeyer. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Cedar Forest. In 2011, Cedar Forest implemented the Olveus Bullying Prevention Program. The goal of the program is to reduce existing problems and improve peer relations. There are 5 components of the Olveus program: school, classroom, individual, community, and parents. Each year, we hold a panel discussion which allows parents to ask questions related to bullying prevention and solutions to school community members, such as principals from the middle and high schools, school resource officers, social workers, and school counselors. We welcome an open and transparent conversation with our families. Classes participate in Monday morning meetings, which gives students the opportunity to talk with their peers about bullying prevention. Students review the 4 rules of Olveus, which are: we will not bully others, we will try to help students who are bullied, we will try to include students who are left out, and if we know that someone is being bullied, we will tell an adult at school and an adult at home. Each year, we survey students for their perspectives on our efforts to prevent and solve bullying problems. Last year, 90% of our students, kindergarten through 5th grade, felt safe at school. We are seeing reductions in reported bullying incidents and improved peer and adult relationships due to our implementation of the Olveus program.
My name is Layla Brown Smith and I'm a 5th grade student. All students are able to report any concerns of bullying using the bully report form. If we feel bullying is happening, we meet with an adult and work through the problem. In our classrooms, we also have morning meetings, we review the rules and discuss ideas to make sure everyone is included and feels safe at school.
Hi, my name is Tony Argueta Benitez, and I'm a 5th grade student. This year, during the month of October, we had many activities to recognize Bully Prevention Month. Every student made part of a unity chain, sharing ideas and how to include others. We then had a school-wide dance party where everyone came outside, made a circle, and connected the unity chain. We now have the unity chain to hang in our school to remind us how to include others.
Good evening. I'm Mary Sisson, behavior interventionist at Cedar Forest. Students at Cedar Forest Elementary begin each day with a classroom morning meeting. The meeting has 4 components: a greeting, a sharing activity, a movement activity, and a message that are designed to build social skills and foster an inclusive and joyful classroom community. During morning meetings, students participate in creative greetings that teach important social skills like eye contact and respecting personal space. During the sharing portion of the meeting, students have an opportunity to learn about each other and practice listening and speaking skills, such as reciprocity and turn-taking. The third component of the morning meeting is a movement activity, which is meant to be energizing and fun. It also fosters interaction among all members of the classroom community. The final component of the morning meeting is a message. The message not only sets the tone for the day, it serves to provide reminders for the day's schedule and provides an opportunity for teachers to reinforce current academic instruction through text or the content of the message. Morning meetings are a critical and favorite part of the day for students at Cedar Forest and a key component in our effort to create an environment where students share a sense of belonging and want to be at school each day.
My name is Elizabeth Barnett, and I am a 5th grade student. This year, in all of our classrooms, we are having morning meetings every day. Morning meetings include us greeting each other, maybe with a high five or a handshake, sharing with each other, completing an activity, and then our teacher shares a message for the day. Having morning meetings has helped us get to know each other better. This year, I have learned more about my classmates, and I know all of their names. We have morning meetings for each of our houses, and as a house leader, I can share new ideas with students and help everyone to be kind, resilient, have integrity, and show respect. Having morning meetings helps us include others and be kind to everyone in our school.
Good evening. I'm Brooke Marshall, school counselor at Cedar Forest. Wolf Pride Academy is an intervention group that meets daily for 6 weeks. Last year, we only met once a week, but due to the increase in counselors and social workers, we are able to meet daily. This has made a big difference in the amount of interventions we can do and the progress we're seeing in students. We work with a small group of students who are identified as showing leadership potential, but needing some skill building in areas such as growth mindset, empathy, emotional regulation, and problem solving. We work on these areas together, as well as discussing what it takes to be a good role model and leader. Our goal is to increase positive behaviors, and each student sets a goal at the beginning of our 6 weeks together. After students have successfully completed the group, they will serve as mentors to younger students in our school.
My name is Justin Swanner, and I'm a 5th grade student. Last year, I participated in Wolf Pride Academy. I was having a difficult time controlling my emotions, and through Wolf Pride Academy, I learned ways to help. Now, as a 5th grade student, I am able to control my feelings. I'm more comfortable with public speaking, and I have served as a house leader this year. Wolf Pride Academy taught me skills to be a positive role model to others.
Good evening. I'm Holly Taylor, the assistant principal at Cedar Forest.
And I'm Sean Bellis, and I have the good fortune to serve as the administrative intern for Cedar Forest Elementary School and Berkeley Elementary School. As a new team member to Cedar Forest, I was excited to see how many opportunities teachers and students have to celebrate positive behavior. Many of these programs have been planned or implemented before I arrived, but through collaboration with Ms. Langridge, Ms. Taylor, house leaders, and additional staff members, we have found ways to make our programs even more effective. For example, our house program has been extended to the buses, and each driver is a member of a house. Teachers have the opportunity to nominate students weekly for positive office referrals that also earn house points. House meeting topics are strategically planned by analyzing data and input from our student house leaders so we can reinforce expectations for areas of need. At Cedar Forest, we are always continuously identifying trends in order to make improvements to our initiatives, and I'm very excited for future endeavors to make our Wolf Pride even stronger. In addition to our presentation today, I would like to personally give thanks to all of the veterans for your service.
As our presentation comes to a close this evening, we want to make sure that you know how much we appreciate your support and dedication to our school. Without the additional positions you approved this year, we would not have been able to make our vision for improving school culture a reality. We would like to show our appreciation and recognize your support by making you honorary members of one of our houses. At this time, our house leaders are going to present you with a bag containing your house assignment and a few small gifts. Please don't open your bag until everyone has received theirs. Everybody have a bag? All right, in your bag, you will find a scroll. If you take out your scroll and open it, you will find out which house you're in. Please hold up your scroll so we can see whose house you're in. Congratulations on becoming the newest members of the Cedar Forest houses. We do have our monthly house meeting this week, tomorrow through Friday, so we would love if you want to join us. We have too many papers. Right here.
Thank you again for allowing us to share about our Cedar Forest Wolf Pride and highlight our progress.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is it?
Yeah, well, we have a house chant,
Okay.
so maybe if we can put it back up on the TV
Okay.
screen. Our house leaders are going to lead us in our house chant.
I am kind. I am resilient. I have integrity. I show respect. Wolf Pride.
Good job.
Thank you, Cedar Forest, and I just had the opportunity to stop by Cedar Forest a couple days ago and give them an award for their stance against teen violence in our race that we have every year. And you can see that they exhibit all of those attributes throughout the hallway as you walk through. So thank you very much, Cedar Forest. We now will move to 12.01, Visual Arts Recognition, Ms. Leonard, and then Superintendent's Award, Art Award.
Thank you. This evening, we are celebrating the outstanding artwork from 4 of our schools. This month, we are showing artwork from Chancellor Elementary School, art teacher Caitlin LaFaro. Harrison Road Elementary, art teacher is Aaron Watson. Battlefield Middle, art teacher is Jessica Martinez. Massaponax High School, and the art teachers are Mary Lou Kramer, Delana Chandler, and Rachel Bailey.
Thank you, and we'll move to 12.02, Superintendent's Art Award.
Thank you. The November Superintendent's Award winner for Outstanding Visual Art goes to Elizabeth Sexton. Ms. Sexton Ms. Sexton is an 8th grade art student at Thornburg Middle School, and her artwork will hang in Dr. Baker's office this month. Also celebrating with her this evening is art teacher Letitia McMillan. And if we have family here that also supports this wonderful artist, if they could stand to be recognized as well.
Dr. Flennard, please proceed with 12.03, American Heart Association Certificate of Appreciation.
Thank you. Spotsylvania County Public Schools is receiving a certificate of appreciation from the American Heart Association and the American Stroke Association for our dedication, commitment, and passion for supporting and promoting heart health. Tonight, Ms. Marjorie Church-Bourne, Youth Market Director for the American Heart Association and the American Stroke Association, is here to honor the school board, Dr. Baker, and the entire school division for fostering and partnering in helping to make heart health in Spotsylvania County schools and communities a priority.
Good evening, all. My name is Marjorie Church-Bourne, and this summer I celebrated my 6th year anniversary as Spotsylvania County Schools Contact at American Heart American Stroke Association. This has been such an honor and joy to be a part of Spotsylvania County Schools, to be your heart partner to your schools and school leaders. The newly updated mission of American Heart Association is to be a relentless force for a world of longer, healthier lives. We partner with the schools every year to help raise awareness and life-saving donations to help us fight heart disease, our nation's #1 cause of death for both men and women. Heart disease affects 1 in 3 people, but we are making positive advancements every year thanks to supportive and caring communities like Spotsylvania County, Virginia. A huge thank you to Dr. Baker, Dr. Melanie K. Wyatt, Mr. Jamie Luchanan, Ms. Julie Lovell, and all the amazing administrators, school board leaders, physical educators, teachers, staff, nurses, and families who help make an impact here every year. Heart disease is our nation's leading cause of death. However, it can in some cases be 80% preventable through lifestyle changes and choices. Education is the key to making a difference, and this is why we partner with our health and wellness champions in the schools who share our passion for teaching heart-healthy habits. Thanks to the support of Spotsylvania County school leaders, each year we get to share our information and resources with all of the schools who choose to participate. Last year, out of 241 participating school districts in the state of Virginia, Spotsylvania was number 8 for your support and promotion of heart health with American Heart Association. We made a big difference once again, thanks to your big hearts. This new school year, we have enhanced our program to include 3 Heart Hero physical, social, and emotional challenges for our elementary schools. We are encouraging our principals to each choose one themselves and lead their students by example. In our elementary schools, our challenges will be to be more active, to come to school prepared for each day ahead, and to be kind to our hearts and to others. Our middle and high school challenges are to be more active, to choose water over sugary beverages, and to pledge not to smoke or vape. Our goal will be to get all of our students and staff to choose at least one challenge, and any school that raises at least $500 for our mission at American Heart and gets at least half their students to choose one of these challenges, they will get $500 in new PE equipment from U.S. Games this year. Thank you, Dr. Baker, for leading by example and choosing our Be More Active challenge. Any positive change we can make can help make a difference for our hearts, and maybe we can set the example for all those we love to do the same. Thank you, Spotsylvania County Schools. You are truly a district full of heart.
Dr. Fenard, please proceed with 12.04, WISE Blue Star School Distinction.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Can we please have the following individuals come forward? Career and Tech Education Chair, as well as Career and Technical Education Liaison, Sue Venable-Shelton. Riverbend High School's Economic Personal Finance Teachers, Melinda Hogan, Christine O'Leary, Mary Ferens, and Michelle Pachenko. And could we also have from Cortland High School Department Chair, Janae Pins, as well as the EPF teachers from Cortland, Heather Hares, Melody Kelly, and Timothy Akers. It gives me great pleasure to announce that this year, 2 of our high schools have been named WISE Blue Star Schools. Congratulations goes to Riverbend High School as well as Cortland High School. To earn this coveted award, a school must have achieved 80% passing rate on the WISE Financial Literacy Certification Test and have either a majority of students on a given grade level take the test or achieve a minimum average score of 85. We are truly proud of your students' accomplishments, and we are equally proud of you and your teachers who helped them become certified financially literate. Through your personal finance instruction, you have given them vital knowledge about personal finance. And you've also provided them with the tools they need to become financially capable young adults. And we would like to thank you for your commitment and your dedication to financial literacy.
Next, Dr. Fenard, is 12.05, Purple Star School Designation.
Thank you. Each year, the Virginia Department of Education and Virginia Council on the Interstate Compact on Education Opportunity for Military Children designate schools as Purple Star schools. We are pleased to share that this year, Wilderness Elementary School is one of 123 schools receiving this honor in Virginia. The Purple Star designation is awarded to military-friendly families and schools that have demonstrated their commitment to meeting the needs of military-connected students and their families. To qualify for a Purple Star, schools must have a staff member designated as the point of contact for military students and their families. The point of contact serves as the primary link between the family and schools. The schools must also demonstrate their commitment to meeting the needs of military students by providing resources and programming on issues that are important to military families, such as academic planning and transitions between schools, districts, and sometimes states. We would also like to recognize this evening Dieter Stanger, who's the Executive Director of Educational Enrichment for Young Patriots, for being a valued partner for the enrichment of public school education and strives to develop next generation leaders emphasizing history and social sciences or civics in Virginia Public Schools K-12, as well as Penny Rowley, who's the K-12 liaison, MCB Quantico, who works with Wilderness Elementary to support the mobile military children in their community. Congratulations, Wilderness Elementary staff, students, and partners in education on this well-deserved honor.
And next, Dr. Fenard, 12.06, Virginia High School League Multimedia Championships.
Thank you. Tonight, we are excited to share that a number of Massaponax High School journalism students were recognized at the VHSL Multimedia Championship held in October for their work on last year's newspaper, yearbook, and literary magazine. For publications, schools do not compete by classes, which means these students placed overall out of every publication from every school in the state. Several students placed at the competition, including 9 students who actually graduated this past May, who were top 5 winners in the area of literary magazine, yearbook, and newspaper. Tonight, we're here to recognize current senior Delaney Spiker, who placed first in the state for newspaper review writing. We would also like to recognize Megan Marshall, Massaponax High School teacher of journalism, photojournalism, and creative writing teacher, and advisor of the newspaper, yearbook, literary magazine, for her dedication to our students. Keep up the great work, and congratulations, Delaney. If we have Delaney's. And if Delaney's support family could please stand to be recognized as well.
And Dr. Fenard, last but not least, 12.07, Happy Teacher Revolution certifications.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Happy Teacher Revolution is a Baltimore-born international movement with the mission to organize and conduct support groups for teachers in the field of mental health and wellness to increase teacher happiness, retention, and professional sustainability. Tonight, we're pleased to share that 2 of our teachers, Lynn Miller from Massaponax High School, as well as Drew Perdue from Brock Road Elementary, have completed their certifications necessary to facilitate Happy Teacher Revolution meetings. The Happy Teacher Revolution curriculum and training explores topics related to caregiver burnout, vicarious trauma, the importance of self-care in the field of education, and the necessity for teachers to feel empowered to claim happiness as their own as a best practice to help students. Thank you for providing the professional development and the support to your peers. We greatly appreciate your dedication and commitment to education.
Before we move into 13.01, I just want to make a quick acknowledgement. As some of you know, we had an election this past Tuesday on the 5th of November, and we have a couple board members that will be replaced, and we have a couple, I don't know if Mr. Rabi Abu Ismail is in the audience. If he is, if you could, please raise your hand. Thank you, sir. He's in the back. Let's give him a round of applause. He will be joining us, and also Miss Larita Daniels from the Salem District. She will be joining us. Please stand, Miss Daniels. Give her a round of applause. We'll move on now to public comments, 13.01. Dr. Martin.
Good evening, everyone. The public comment segment of our board meetings is a time to receive recommendations, suggestions, concerns, and comments from the general public. Each speaker is allotted 5 minutes. We ask that they clearly state the name, address, and/or voting district for the board. A speaker may request additional time from the board should one's 5-minute allotment expire. We ask that you keep your comments focused on the issues and that all speakers maintain a level of mutual decorum and respect for one another. Our first speaker is Buck Sutton, followed by Don Naper.
How's everybody, all right? Good. I'm the second half of this evening's entertainment. Get a smile, got a smile. There we go, good. I'll tell you, I've done public speaking since 2nd grade. Yes, sir. Is that better? Let me pull this up. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Buck Sutton. I am the father of a student athlete at Riverbend High, and I'd first like to thank you for letting me speak about the sports field upgrade at the school. My son has been involved in travel soccer at a high level since he was 9 years old, and I have seen every field condition you can imagine from Florida to Pennsylvania. So the first thing I want to address is the word turf. Turf was invented in 1964, 2 years before the Astros became the first, I believe, to install it on their baseball diamond, hence the name AstroTurf. Other sport franchises started doing the same, and the complaints from athletes all over began to follow. Severe cuts and bruising from simple dives or tumbles were not uncommon, and the crushed tire they used to infill the fields was linked to cancer. So turf was bad. That was 50 years ago. Growing pains. Companies have improved the material by leaps and bounds since then. It's called synthetic grass, or AG, artificial grass. And that is what I try to refer to it as, because AG is good. I could hold a piece of synthetic or AG grass in one hand and a piece of real grass in the other, and you guys will be hard-pressed to tell the difference. Very much so. Companies are offering more environmentally friendly and health-conscious options to the infill as well. 3 I can name are EnviroFill, which is a silica sand coated in silicone that has microbial and anti-mold properties. Think Nerds candy, but green. Okay, that's one. There's one made of crushed coconut and cork, which is also environmentally friendly, and Nike is making one from crushed tennis shoe soles. Companies also install added padding under the field for concussion protocol to help minimize the risk of head trauma. Now, I could ramble on about all the benefits of AG and the synthetic grass, like the low maintenance, no mowing, no fertilizer or chemical, no more line painting, no need for an AD or coach to stress and work sometimes extra hours to make the most of a grass field, only to have to do it all over again next week, and the week after, and the week after. I can talk about that same effort only to have to cancel the game due to weather condition. That's a bummer. But not with AG. With AG, you get year-round play without worrying about the field getting torn up from multi-sport events. The field could possibly be rented out in the summer or weekends to sport tournaments that need overflow fields. We all know schools can use funding for the extracurricular activities or clubs. Renting might help with that. But the main thing I want to stick with you is the safety of a predictable playing surface that AG will provide. The field will be the same even ground from one end zone to the other. No ruts, potholes, soft spots, or thick grass patches to trip or overcompensate for, leading to an injury that could end a player's season. All right. I don't take my hat off often, but I'm going to put it in my hand for you guys, okay? Nobody looks at this peanut head in public. I'm proud of my son, okay? He works hard, on and off the field, as do all the sport and athletes at Riverbend. Don't deprive them the opportunity to have a safe place to play. If the hallways had deep potholes in them, you'd shut a hallway down quick. You'd keep kids out of it because it's not safe. I know you guys want to do what's best for these kids. That is a safe opportunity for them to have. Trust and hope that you vote yes to the field upgrade because they do deserve it. Thank you for your time. Does anybody have any questions for me?
We can't answer questions right now, but thank you for your comments.
You're
sir.
welcome. One more thing, it is Veterans Day, so thank you to all the veterans in the room. And it is one more thing, it's my wife and I's 19th wedding anniversary, and I know she's looking in that camera right now, so happy anniversary, dear. I love you. I'm on my way home. Thanks, guys.
You're going to get off the hook, brother. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing some technical difficulties that we think is resulting from the cell phones being brought up to the podium. So if you have a cell phone, we ask that you please not bring it to the podium. If you do, you can just set it on the side until you finish speaking. But that's causing some static with our system, so we ask that you please not bring your cell phone up to the podium.
I could go back and get my Chromebook, but my speech is on the cell phone. Sorry. That I can do. Thanks. Good evening. I am here to talk about a problem that has continued to get worse every year. This is workdays being taken up by professional development. We started our school year 2 days early to have PD both days, and we're told this was to give us our work days during this year, not take them away until we are only left with 4 half days during the year, if we are lucky. All of our work days this year are half work days and half professional development. We only have 4 teacher work days, professional development days, not including teacher work week, one of which is a snow makeup day. There are 6 half days on the calendar that are all professional development days. We have professional learning in every faculty meeting and PLC meeting. We are being professionally developed to death. I am not opposed to professional development. In fact, I find the faculty meeting book study we are doing fascinating. Unfortunately, the PD on the teacher work days have been redundant, and many teachers have come to me and said they feel it is just busy work. I have been to at least 5 PDs on Math Talk over my career, which I love, but I did not need another PD on it last week. The PD before that was on quick checks and exit tickets, which I have also had several PDs on. I could have accomplished more working on report cards in my room. I stay until 6 or 7, at least 3 days a week, trying to catch up and get ready for the next week. Every teacher needs to get organized for the next 9 weeks and also get report cards done. At the elementary level, it takes us 10 to 20 hours to do report cards. We have 5 places to write comments that must be individualized and very explicit, since parents need to know where their child is, and the grades on the report cards do not show that. We have 2 half days to work on report cards the first and second 9 weeks, and no work days to work report cards the third 9 weeks. The 9 weeks ends to give the kids a break from work right before spring break. But what about teachers? We never get a break. When are we supposed to do the report cards for the third 9 weeks? Over spring break? Why don't we deserve a week off to recharge ourselves? Heaven knows we need it. Teachers are stressed and overworked. They sacrifice time with their own families and feel like they are neglecting their own children. A good way to help this is to give them the gift of time. Entire teacher work days to get report cards done. Get rid of busy work like interims for kindergarten through 2nd grade. We have to meet with parents the following week. Why waste 10 hours writing up everything we are going to tell the parents the following week? Take a moment and think about what would happen if teachers only worked to their contract hours like a normal job. No extra 9 to 20 hours a week for grading, planning, learning, copying, making new projects for Google Classroom, no newsletters for parents, no party address lists for parents, no answering parent questions at 11 o'clock at night, no volunteering for the PTA events, no detailed comments on report cards, no leveled libraries. What if we just come in, grab our teacher manual, present the lesson that is there, Sorry, my child texted. Grab the math workbooks, rip out that day's lesson, and had the kids do that. No hands-on lessons because there is no time to make them during contract hours, even though hands-on is best for our kids. Now think about that. We do a lot of extra things, all of the above and additional work that is too numerous to mention, but is done because we feel the children need it. We spend a lot of our time making sure our kids learn the best way for them. For example, differentiating every lesson for their level, whether it is in reading, writing, or math. It is our job to look out for what is best for our children, and your jobs to look out for what is best for them and us. Part of that should be making sure we have what we need, and the biggest thing we need is time to accomplish these tasks. Please change the calendar and change the half PD days, half teacher work days into full teacher work days, and the half day PD days into half-teacher workdays. We count on you to look out for what is best for your staff. Thank you.
Caitlin Gorbell.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Gorby, and I'm here on the behalf of our veteran drivers. I'm requesting the school board to consider giving the ones who are retiring their hourly rate and their 5-hour contract leave as if they are when they're still working, and also consider letting them keep the same insurance premium instead of the supplemental one that is being offered. I believe this would assist with the financial strain of retirement, considering bus drivers weren't offered retirement until 2007. Many of them are ready to retire and they can't afford to retire, and that's a shame. Thank you for listening to my concerns of our veteran drivers. Now I would like to show you how many veteran drivers we have. If anyone who is here 30 plus years, please stand up. There are many more than the ones that are present today that need to be considered and compensation for trying to get them to retire. A lot of them are having health issues and everything else, and they cannot afford to retire. I have heard on numerous occasions that some of them can't even afford to pay their light bill with what they are getting. Thank you for your time.
Susan Roca, followed by Jeff Ringelman.
My name is Susan Rolka, and I am a bus driver for Spotsylvania County. I'm here tonight to ask the board to find funding to increase tenured drivers' pay. I started driving in 1996. I left for a while and I returned 8 years ago. I was hired back, making the same as a driver with no experience due to the STEP program having ceased. And now I make a little more than new drivers. I am a single grandmother, raising 2 grandchildren, without child support or assistance. I work a second job in between my runs, and I'm fortunate that they work around my schedule, my classes, random drug testing, bus service, and much more. Previously, I also went back after my last run to my second job, but it was too much and it was unfair to the children. I was working from 5:45 a.m. until 7:30 p.m. 5 days a week. I want you to imagine my life for just a moment. I am forced to live in a mobile home, which I do own, because I can't afford to buy a real house. It is 22 years old and it's in need of constant repair. I do most of the repairs on my own, but still there is much that needs to be done. I am blessed that I have this home though. I don't have to live with anyone else. However, and this is important, I am one paycheck away from being homeless. I've had perfect attendance for 7 out of 8 years. I need the bonuses that are offered for the perfect attendance, and frankly, I cannot afford to take off. I can almost guarantee that no board member or any elected official would enjoy living like a bus driver. But if you'd like to be my roommate for 1 month, I will let you sleep on my couch. Make sure you bring extra blankets. We can't turn the heat up past 65 or the electric bill will creep to $400. Remember, I live in a metal home. I hope you like Sonic. We get kids' meals there on Monday for 99 cents, and sometimes we get a few more for another night or 2. Don't bother bringing any clothes, because we do our shopping at Goodwill, or we rely on friends or amazing charities for clothes. While we do not have cable, we do have internet thanks to the Essentials program, so we can watch on an antenna or a Roku. Be prepared to request that your child be put on a Christmas wish list at school or the Salvation Army. They won't get the cool gadgets and toys their friends will get, and you'll have to explain why Santa isn't fair. In order for my children to do things that your children do, I pick up extra hours at either job when I can, as well as babysit, paint, or clean on the weekends. I use my tax refunds to purchase King's Dominion passes and take vacations, things that most of you do without a second thought. What about extras? Needing a gift for a birthday party, items for a school project, field trips, yearbooks, and school pictures are things that put me in panic mode. We get paid once a month, so this makes it difficult for those things that pop up. I've given you a snapshot into my life, one driver out of hundreds, and there are several more out here with similar stories as mine. We need more money, and we deserve it. Our jobs are demanding, and we aren't just drivers. We are nurses, we are mentors, teachers, confidants, and friends to these children. And mechanics, because some of us have learned to fix things so we don't have to take extra time out to go to the garage. While we are all these things, we still must keep these precious children safe. We drive your child, your grandchild, your niece, your nephew, your neighbor. Help us keep doing the jobs that we love with a little less stress. Compensate us fairly. Find the funds to pay us more. Help us survive and show us that you care, because we do. Thank you.
Jeff Ringelman, followed by David Wessel.
Hello, my name's Jeff Ringelman. I'd like to address the board, Dr. Baker and Chairman Broswell. I'm a parent of a senior student athlete at Riverbend High School, and I'd like to talk and speak to you on behalf of the field upgrades at Riverbend. So mainly I'm going to speak to you from a parent's angle. Really, scheduling concerns is the primary aspect of what I'd like to talk to you about. My daughter participates in girls soccer, which is a spring sport. And typically it seems that the spring sports, the weather here is particularly troublesome in terms of the rain and the weather that we get. And so there's a lot of rescheduling of events that occur, especially girls soccer games, boys soccer games that occur during that time of the year. And it creates a lot of issues for parents and the student athletes combined. One of the aspects of it is that the girls, we put together team dinners for the girls. So each one of the parents signs up for a team dinner for a home game. And we put together a dinner to give the girls before their game at the school. And when we have games that are canceled because of the weather, that really puts everyone in a predicament. You know, people put the meals together or the meals are ordered. A lot of times the games are canceled at the last minute and they can't really be returned or they don't store well. So that's really one of the aspects to the scheduling games that's kind of a problem for parents, that the synthetic field really wouldn't have that impact. We have a more consistent scheduling, field conditions for the girls, boys, the other sports that play there as well. Another aspect is game frequency. Due to the scheduling of games being canceled, a lot of times what I see happening is that we end up with a lot of games scheduled at the end of the year. So there's a lot of makeup games that are scheduled, and we have the girls playing 2, 3, 4 games at the very end in a week to try and get the games in. That's very difficult on the girls, especially at this level of physicality that they play at. They don't have proper rest, they don't have recovery time, which can result in overuse injuries. It also results in acute injuries that happen just by their bodies being tired and broken down. Another aspect of scheduling that I'd like to bring up really has to do with practice times. Now, my daughter's a senior, so she drives herself to practices now, and she's been playing there for 4 years. So we understand how it was the first few years when you're scheduling practices, and because of field conditions, we have to work out how to arrange gym times, field times, and things for all the different sports. So a lot of times that ends up with early practices, late evening practices. So if the girls can drive themselves, that's not really too big a deal. But if you're looking at parents that have to get the girls to the school before school or get the girls picked up late after school, it creates a really difficult situation. And a lot of times that doesn't give some of the girls the opportunity to practice like some of the rest of them may, because they can't get themselves there. So it puts them at a competitive disadvantage. So having a more consistent field that can take the weather, the difference in consistencies of field conditions, that's going to be a benefit to the girls and all sports in general, really. As I said, I'm speaking from the standpoint of a student athlete. My daughter plays soccer. That's the only sport she's played, but I know it affects all the other sports as well. And the last thing I'd like to point out that has to do with scheduling examples is something that happened a couple years ago that was particularly kind of concerning as I looked at it then. My daughter was a sophomore, and now she's going to be a senior. But 2 seasons ago, the girls' soccer team missed out on having senior night for the last regular home season game. The weather was bad. That game ended up being moved to Brook Point so we could play on their synthetic fields so that they could get the game in. It was the last game of the season. It turns out that the seniors were ultimately able to be recognized, but it was through a district tournament game. So we were lucky enough to be in the district tournament that year. So we were able to have a home game. We had home field advantage, and so we were able to have senior night for the girls on that evening. But ultimately, by moving the schedule, there was a lot of relatives of the girls that were seniors that year that had planned and made arrangements to be there for that night, but they weren't able to be there when the game was rescheduled. And so that was a real sadness that we saw for some of the seniors that happened. So that's really my aspect as a parent wanting to speak to you about it, that I hope you will really consider the field upgrade at Riverbend so that we can alleviate some of these scheduling and other issues that occur. Thank you very much.
David Wessel, followed by Dion Fennell.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, David Wessel, Riverbend High School teacher and girls soccer coach. I'd like to thank you tonight for taking time to consider the proposed improvement to the Riverbend High School Stadium. I come tonight both as a coach and a teacher at Riverbend because the improvement would impact both. First, soccer very quickly. I've been coaching 6 years as the varsity head coach, the previous 8 years as the JV coach, and just in the last 3 years, we've had 14 games moved or rescheduled or even canceled. Last year alone, we were planning a jamboree with teams from around the state, college coaches coming in to see the girls play, and we had to move it to Brook Point to their AG field, It creates a problem from the standpoint of putting our best foot forward for the kids because of how much our springs can vary here with the number of cancellations that we have to go through. The safety is a major concern for myself as we're trying to get these games in, especially as Mr. Riggleman said at the end of the season, where you've got multiple games, multiple teams pounding them. Just by my math alone, over the course of 2.5 months, we play 64 games on that grass field, and if you get a bad rainstorm one night and then have 6 games the rest of the week, it's going to really rip it apart. And then that puts us into a competitive disadvantage with our Stafford County neighbors who have turf, with the northern schools, the beach schools, who we have to compete against. But from a teacher perspective, the ability to schedule and the ability to have a consistent schedule for our student athletes allows them to maintain that student-first perspective that virtually all of the coaches espouse. If I can tell a kid that we're going to practice until 5 o'clock, they know that they have the ability to go home and get their homework done. If I tell a kid that we're going to have a game and it'll be over at a certain time, they can get their homework done ahead of time. If we have to continually and constantly reschedule, it really impacts what they're able to do both inside and outside of the classroom. And so that's just what I wanted to talk to you about tonight. I've noticed over the last 6 years as more and more schools have gone to the synthetic grass fields, that their ability for consistency, their ability to do events like the Jamboree that we're hosting this year, where we've got 7 other teams coming from around the state, I really think that it's a benefit to our players, to our school systems, to be able to put our best foot forward and maintain these sorts of endeavors, and to put our students first, our student athletes first, with quality sports programs. Thank you very much.
Hi. My name is Dion Fennell. I'm here for the Riverbend Turf, and I live at 1305 Heatherbrook Court in Spotsylvania, Fredericksburg. I'd like to thank the board for the time I've been given and for your continued support. As a Spotsylvania County lacrosse coach, your support is greatly appreciated. I'm now in my 7th year as the head girls lacrosse coach at Riverbend High School. During that time, we've averaged 3 to 4 games per year that, due to unplayable field conditions, needed to be rescheduled. Many of those games were never rescheduled. The limited time frame available to complete our regular season, coupled with the number of other sports in need of the field, makes rescheduling difficult. Over the years, players and their parents have raised concerns for more consistency. To that end, their comments have always centered around our playing field being replaced by a turf field. As I'm sure you're aware, over time, consistency in anything is difficult to attain. As a coach, I strive to be consistent to my players, all the while knowing there are some variables, like field surface, that can change and have an effect from game to game. Consistency in our scheduling and our playing surface could be instrumental in adding value to our program and ultimately our charges, the students. Scheduling concerns would become an afterthought, and consistency in our student athletes' demanding schedule would be more manageable. I have to be honest with you though, I'm a fan of natural grass. I love the smell of grass and dirt during play and its feel underfoot. I've been coaching for almost 35 years. I coach year-round with different club teams all over the Mid-Atlantic. Overwhelmingly, new fields and new venues for multiple team play are turf fields. Since the first AstroTurf field in 1966, technology has improved the product, almost to the point where you can't differentiate from turf or grass. The smell of grass and dirt isn't there, and you'll have unwanted rubber pellets instead of uniform stains, but the benefits are inarguable. I'll end my time by summarizing the turf advantages in these 3 bullet points. Firstly, it eliminates, or at the very least minimizes, scheduling concerns. Number 2, turf creates a higher utility value that over time will be appreciated. And lastly, and most importantly, it creates consistency in the ever-demanding high school experience of a student athlete. And it helps their parents and family with time management concerns. I'd also like to add that over a period of time, it will save money to the county that I feel should go to these people here that are bus drivers. And her speech and these women, I see them every day. I see them every day in our community. I see them when we take our students to games. And there's a nicer group of people than our bus drivers. Thank you for your time.
Rebecca Williams, followed by Jonathan Duncan.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Williams. I am an educator and a coach at Riverbend High School, and I'm here to further the discussion on the turf fields. I first want to thank you all for your support and listening to us tonight, because it's really important to us as coaches and educators here in the county. And I know personally, as an educator, I love the support that I get, and I love that naturally I want what's best for my students, and I want them to thrive, and I want to give them the best that I can. And I feel like in the classroom, I have the tools that I need to provide that for them. And I love the feeling that I get when I go into a lesson and I know that it's going to be engaging and it's going to entrance them and it's going to be something that they're going to take away and have for the rest of their well-being. And I love that even in times as an educator when we think, well, how can I make that better? How can I do more? that I have a building that is extremely supportive, and that at any time that I need a different tool or I need guidance or help, that I can go to them and they can provide that for me. And the same goes for my passion for coaching. And it's just unfortunate that even though I have this very supportive building and I could go to them for anything that I need academically, this is something that they can't provide for me. It's something that they can't give my athletes and the athletes that are surrounding this school district. And it's a huge disservice for them. And I think that I can best relate this to twice now, the Riverbend field hockey team personally has earned the right to host a state quarterfinal game, and because the field was just unplayable through nobody's fault. We worked hard on it. I know that we did everything that we could to prepare that field, and I know that I did everything that I could to prepare my athletes, but it was unplayable twice. And so both times we had to get on a bus and go play on a different field that my athletes weren't prepared for. And it was just unfortunate that the teams that we were playing, it's something that they were accustomed to. And as a coach, it's frustrating because I want what's best for them. And every day I go into practice and we work and we build and we do all these amazing things, but we're missing this one element. And this one piece is a tool that I don't have in my tool belt. I cannot provide that for them. And it would be the same or as comparable to if I were to place a test in front of my students that I didn't teach them on, that I didn't prepare them for and expect them to be successful. And without this tool, I can't expect my athletes or athletes like them to be successful. And if you don't know anything about field hockey, I will tell you briefly that the field is huge. It changes the entire dynamic of the game. So this isn't just a minor piece, it's a pivotal piece. And I really hope that when we consider this change, that we're looking at it as a tool. And we're looking at it as a tool that we need to provide these athletes and to help them be successful in to that degree. So again, I thank you all, and everything that everyone else said is an awesome point. That's just where my heart is right now, and I hope that you consider that. Thank you.
Following Mr. Duncan is Becky Petro.
Well, good evening, everybody. I was asked to speak on behalf of the Riverbend Field. I'm not a coach, I'm not a teacher, I'm just a parent. For the past 2 years, my son, he's a sophomore at Riverbend, and I've been having the ability to be able to coach, or I'm not coach, videotape the games for him. And the aspect that I'm going to speak on is more so as a parent. I work up in D.C., my wife works in Richmond, and when there's a home game and it has to be rescheduled, I mean, I guess I'm lucky enough to where my schedule can just allow me to leave early so I can go there and I can watch my son play. I do know how there are many parents out here that don't have that ability. Last year, when he was a freshman, we had numerous games, and it's not just games that have to be rescheduled, it's also their practices. When they're out there on the field and they can't go out there and they can't play, they have to go in the weight room. Well, not only do you have the football team in the weight room, but you have other things. So there's so many times where they go in the cafeteria and they basically just kind of do walkthroughs like in that area. I don't know costs. I don't know how much. I just know that for the students and for the student athletes, just to be able to have that ability to know that hey, if we have a home game, that we're going to have the support of our family, of our students. And then also, if we do have games that have to get rescheduled to another place, it's the money that's being lost for the athletic department. It's the band concession that is losing out from all the concessions that we'd be able to provide, not just us, but the other school. So when it comes down to this, I simply ask is, just as a parent, just know that for as much as I love going out there to watch my son play and just watching all these other kids just love to play and do what they do, that if there is that ability to have that field there for those kids, knowing that rain, sun, snow, whatever, that all that game and their parents, for everything that they've scheduled around, they're actually going to be able to go there and to attend. I'd ramble on and on, but that's me, I'm just speaking from the heart. So thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Following Becky Petro is Jonah Berghoff.
Good evening, Becky Petro. I live at 10803 Cinnamon Teal Drive. Pretty sure I'm Chancellor District. But I teach at Freedom Middle School, and I'm coming to you tonight as a parent. I have 3 kids in the county, and I also teach as well. And I just really wanted to try and communicate to you what I feel, and I feel a lot of teachers feel is a critical problem that we have in our school, and that is a lack of staff in general. And not just teachers, school counselors, paraeducators, and honestly, even administrators, in particular in middle school. When I first started at Freedom, we had, I think it might have been 2006, I'm not sure. We had 12 teachers, core teachers per grade level, and then we had a recession, and we were asked to do with a lot less. We had to lose 2 teachers per grade level, a guidance counselor, other staff across the board. And I know that there are a lot of Board of Supervisors who are platforming that Spotsylvania is doing great, and I don't understand why that isn't trickling into our school. And why are we still running on a recession staff in our school buildings? We still only have 10 grade level teachers, and it's getting very difficult to build meaningful relationships with our kids, especially when you look at, so go back to when I had 12 teachers, I had 105 kids then. Now I have 140 kids per school year. Really, I just want to try to communicate to you, to whoever is the decision makers, I guess, that the reality of running on bare minimum staff. And honestly, the reason I decided to come speak happened last week because I was grading some papers. I teach civics and English, but this was an English class. And I only have 24 kids in this class, so kind of a smaller class. I really felt helpless after I graded this assignment. It's a reading assignment, and it requires students to kind of use active reading strategies, predicting, making connections, etc., and reading their responses. And as I grade the responses, I'm not even kidding about this. 5 kids, 5. One kid writes about how their brother passed away, and they're struggling with that. Another writes about how his brother tried to commit suicide. I have a student who wrote about losing her little brother, and her only other sibling goes to college now. She's home alone. Another student was writing about how their mom, they take care of the siblings at home. It's difficult for them to function at school. And then I had another kid write about dad being in jail. And I'm not making this up. And Freedom is a pretty good school. So I imagine it's challenging at other schools. And I felt like, of course, I need to reach out to the guidance counselor, but remember, we only have 2 now and 900 kids. So I'm asking the guidance counselor in one day to address my concerns with these kids. And I feel helpless, and that's frustrating. In one of the kids, she and I have talked before about her brother, so I did talk to her, but the point is that more teachers, more guidance counselors, school counselors, etc., that means that we can take the time to speak to these kids the day that they need to be spoken to. They don't have time for me to put them on a to-do list. And that is really the reality. We need people, we need human beings so that our kids, especially in middle school, if anybody has middle school children, they know what I'm talking about. These kids are dealing with a lot more than we can imagine. And feel free to come visit us at any time, because you would see the struggle is real. And we need to set them up for high school, and we need to set them up so that they can be successful in high school. And we need people to be able to do that. And I had a little analogy, but I really don't know how much time I have left. But anyway, my analogy is a fast food restaurant. Does that mean I'm done? Oh, I'll talk fast. And if you were to go to a fast food restaurant,
Ms.
ladies
Petro,
and gentlemen,
would you like to, yes, your time has expired. Would you
Okay,
like to
fine.
request
Well, we're
additional?
just
I'll
gonna-
share my analogy for another
We'll
time.
just go ahead and wrap up. Go ahead and wrap
Okay,
up now.
quick analogy. If you go to a fast food restaurant, you do not want to walk in and be served by one person quickly, no touchy-feely, right? You want to go in, we like the experience in town where we get talked to by many people. We know we're taken care of. I know if I need a refill, I can get it because they're properly staffed. That's all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Jonna Berghoff. I'm currently a junior at Riverbend High School. This would be my 3rd year playing varsity soccer, and I'm here to share the student perspective on why we really need a turf field. First of all, when poor weather conditions in the spring season, it makes it so hard to practice. We're either forced to play on the wet, muddy field, which can cause a lot of injuries. Personally, last year I tore my quad muscle because I slipped and it strained my muscle. So I was out for a good 3 weeks, which hindered my season. And then, or we could go play inside the gym, but there's balls bouncing all over the walls and you get hit in the head, and it's just not the safest environment. And with the turf field, we could play with it being a little wet because it's a lot more safe. It also makes a difference with when we practice. Say it's raining right after school, then we're not allowed to practice right after school because storms, you just can't, it's the rules. So we are forced to find time in the gym, which could be late at night or early in the morning. Like last year we had to come to the school at 5:30 and have morning practice before school, then we would shower and then we would go to class. But the practice starts at 5:30. That means that we have to wake up at 4:30. It depends how far you live. And that's just really difficult when you have a hard school workload. Personally, I'm taking 4 AP classes and 2 DE classes, which means I'm enrolled in Germana. That is a lot of work. And I'm not complaining because I put that on myself. But when you schedule your time so you can get your homework done and then things get moved and things get pushed, it just puts a strain on you. And your sleep, honestly, you lose sleep. And that's such an important time period to get sleep when you're growing and your body's forming and you need your sleep. And when we're playing and we're pushing times back and you have to get your homework done so you can maintain good grades and get to a good college, your sleep gets hit, and that's just not beneficial for us. It's also, it interferes with our games too. Our games can get pushed back 30 minutes, can push back an hour. It can be put on pause. We can start our game, and then it can be put on pause, and they'll just cancel it. And so, people whose parents come out, my mom, she's a single mom, and so when she schedules time to come watch me, that's her time. And then she has to help my other siblings. My brother, he's 1 year younger than me. He plays travel soccer. So when she schedules time, she makes it so everything can work out. So last year there was a game where she was going to watch my game, and then right after that she had to take my brother to soccer. But she couldn't do that. She had to leave early and take my brother to soccer because my game got pushed back. And I was there waiting at the school for over an hour for her to pick me up just because of the time schedule being pushed back. It's just an inconvenience, and it would help us out a lot academically so we can get our work done, and just improvement of our skills if we can just get a turf field where we can play in a safer place. And that's basically all I have. I'd really hope you consider getting us a turf field. Thank you.
Trey Talmadge, followed by Deborah Nevensinger.
Good evening, Dr. Baker, Dr. Martin, Mr. Braswell, and members of the school board. My name is Trey Talmadge. I'm the president of the Massaponics Parents Association. It's good to be with you again. Here tonight to speak on behalf of the turf fields at Massaponics and Chancellor High School. Remember, there is one at Massaponics too. I'm sure we would have more folks tonight, but we had a state playoff game in our stadium this evening. So, you've heard from folks tonight. There's lots of great athletic reasons to provide that field. There's cost savings, there's safety, there's scheduling. Makes a big difference for the bands as well, and you might not think about that. I wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. Last year, we had 2 football games at Massaponax moved to Stafford High School. Inconvenient for the football team, certainly. Inconvenient for the band, certainly. The prospect of moving the concession stand from Massaponax to Stafford on excessively short notice, hundreds of bottles of soda, hamburgers, french fries, equipment, grills, all these things, really, really disruptive in terms of our ability to run that concession stand and do that fundraiser for our band program. Just really, really impacted by that. Another recent example, every year Massaponax High School has been given the honor of hosting, for the last 17 years, the Virginia Band and Orchestra Directors Association's Marching Band Assessment. There are 7 sites around the state, and we are honored to be one of those sites. Last year, because of the rain and the field conditions on the day before the game, we got there that morning, fields unmarchable. And we ended up having to have those bands that came march in the bus loop at Massaponax. That is where the band practices. We have some lines out there. It's not quite football field size, a little bit short on some places. Very disruptive, obviously, to those groups. And this is not a band competition they're doing for fun. This is their official state assessment that they're coming to get on those days. And it's very, very difficult to put those bands in a situation like that. I also anticipate that we personally lost about $5,000 that day due to concessions that couldn't really happen in that venue, unable to sell and manage tickets. If you're just, people are, we're marching in the parking lot, people walk up. So again, that was another very disruptive item for us. They've agreed. We run a very good site and have been for the last, like I said, 17 years. They've agreed to let us continue hosting, but part of that is the anticipation that we're going to get a turf field. They're trying to move those to turf fields all over the state for all of the reasons that you've heard tonight, all of the scheduling concerns, all of the rain. You cannot, if any of you have been out to the bands this year, you see the equipment that they're rolling out. You cannot roll that stuff through mud. You can ask our friends at Riverbend about their field competition that they hosted last year. I personally saw band members in uniforms that were coming off that had a foot of mud on the bottom of them that were just not going to get cleaned. Those were going to have to be replaced. White dresses that are going to cost hundreds of dollars for these bands that come in. It'd be a shame to lose this opportunity to host these events and get that statewide recognition for our county when these plans have been made, the contract is ready, the money's been set aside, and everything's ready to go. And as others have mentioned tonight, not only are there opportunities to host other athletic activities, there's also opportunities to host other band activities, college bands, touring summer bands, to really give the folks in our area a chance to experience some of these other activities. So I do ask that you would support the turf field vote tonight for Massaponax and for Chancellor, and as you move forward to the other venues across the county. Thank you for your time, and thank you to our veterans who have served so faithfully. Have a good evening.
Good afternoon. I think you said my name wrong. My name's Debbie Nunsinger. I'm a former driver. I have 18 years experience driving. I drove for 9, I left for 10 to go to FedEx. I came back for 9. Unfortunately, I lost my job, and we'll discuss that if any one of you wants to know exactly what happened. But tonight, my serious issue is a lack of respect when you call in for any situation for any one of these drivers. The former superintendent froze in excess of 5 years. The insurance went up and no raises. The pay was frozen. This equals to less pay and drivers having to go get a second job to subsidize their pay. Field trip drivers can't get they can get all the hours, as much as 50 to 60 hours or more. No protocol for choosing next in line for hours, field trips, or others. that could possibly fill in for the day. What is wrong with this? I mean, where is the conscience of our people? Is there any? Even senior drivers can't get called on. New drivers who are promised many hours and many things doesn't happen. Now, how do we honestly expect to keep drivers in this county? I have reapplied. My 35-year CDL is still gold. I paid my $85 this year. I'm not a driver. I work at Lowe's. I make half the pay of what I used to make, and I'm fine with that. But I'm not fine with these women and men being treated the way they're being treated. There's no overtime for regular drivers of 40 hours or less approved, which equals to field trip drivers getting in excess of 40 hours. New system that is in place when it shows overtime hours doesn't show the true time amount of overtime. It shows regular pay on one side, the overtime on the other side. It doesn't show, it's not being shown, you're not figuring it out. The field trip drivers are just 50 and 60 hours. The regular drivers here are not allowed to have over 40 drivers unless you get permission, unless you're approved, and you're dang lucky if you even get it. You don't get 5 hours for a field trip or something like that. We used to do that, but something's been lost in our system. For these listed concerns, it is obvious why we can't hire and keep drivers. Who can transport our precious cargo to their public education? It takes a well-educated, kind-hearted person to drive our children safely to and from school. We need action on these concerns to encourage people to apply to be a driver or an aide, or we will continue to be shorthanded without enough help to transport our children to our public schools. Not a lot has changed. I've been gone 8 years. I still hear the cries of these people. I spoke before, and when I spoke, I got kicked. And I stopped driving 8 years ago. I went behind closed doors. I still got kicked. But I'm good. God had another plan, and I'm good with it. My sympathy goes out to every one of these drivers, every single one of them. They deserve their raises. They deserve equalization. Nobody should ever get and be told only 40 hours, and then you pick a certain few to be 50 and above. You need to look at that whole situation. You can't hold a blind eye, because when I left, I was making over $19. My new job took me about a year and a half to get. I started at $10.15. $10.15. I almost went to half my pay because I had the courage to stand up here and tell you what I thought, be an honest individual. I'm a hometown girl, born and bred here. I'm a Marshall. I have no problem telling any one of you that this is totally unfair. It's like you're just looking over the rainbow some other way. Now, all of y'all are financially very stable with your jobs and your opportunities. But these devoted people right here are happy and proud of who they are. I'm very proud to say I have a 35-year CDL license because Raymond Chenault gave me an opportunity 35 years ago. And honestly, he really didn't go any further than to read down my resume. He honestly said when he got it, he said, "Young lady, you're hired." I had a clean driving record. I continue to have a clean driving record. But I feel very sorry for any one of these. When you go across the river, I know you make a little bit more. It's been that way since I've always known it that way. You go across the river, you make a little bit more. I'm sure that we deserve to give, since our cost of living here in Spotsylvania County is just as costly as Stafford. And for some reason, we never seem to come up to the spot to help our people. I've been a single divorced parent. I'm a married, happy woman of 28 years. But I remember my struggles. I remember not being able to get that paycheck but once a month. I've been there. I'm still very thrifty with every dime. I live at 7101 Ashley Court, and if any one of you have any questions for anything I've said, you can call me, and you can come see me anytime. I thank you for your time, and I hope you have heard my words, because these are good, decent, law-abiding citizens that take our precious cargo every day to and from. They have one mirror. They need additional aids. They need additional help. They need to not be struggling for their insurance when they retire. I am the person that begged for that in 2007. I stood up here. I went to Emmett
Ms.
Marshall.
Neversinger.
I went to T.C. Waddy. I thank you for your time.
Ms. Neffsinger, you had signed up for a, Mr. Chairman, just clarity for the record, Ms. Neffsinger had signed up for a second slot to speak on a different topic. So I yield to you for the opportunity to consider that request.
State that again.
She is requesting to address another topic, which means she's asking for another 5-minute allotment to speak
Well,
on a different topic.
During this particular time, we can grant her time for an extension, a one-time extension. So the chair will now entertain a motion
A
for extension.
motion to extend her time.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Phelps to extend the time. Do we have a second? Second by Ms. Gramp. We'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, please, ma'am, come to the podium.
I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother. I currently have a child in our system. I have not come to any one of you or called you. I haven't climbed the ladder. Bullying is still existing daily in middle school. Possibly we might be taking care of it in elementary school and discussing it more, but middle school definitely needs a social class or something to help our poor children. Sadly, the rules implemented so far aren't exactly working. I can speak from experience of a 6th grader and now witness 7th grade is no better. There's not enough cameras, teachers, aides, or assistants in the halls, lunchrooms, or space in the halls or classrooms with our crowded schools. As I've said, when I went to school between 63 and 75, manners, morals, and values is what my grandfather instilled in me, and his name was Solon Marshall. I don't see our children being respectful of and being taught because there's common sense. And my grandfather told me one thing for sure before he left this earth. Education is so important, it puts money in your back pocket. But if you do not acquire common sense in everyday life, then you probably might not know how to use your education to your advantage. I don't think a child should have to go to school and be afraid. And I've seen this, and I know it's happening. I've seen it in the past month and 5 weeks. When a child speaks the truth, they shouldn't, be afraid to come up and tell the truth. They shouldn't go to school in fear. They shouldn't look at me and tell me, I don't want to go to school because I'm afraid of what's going to happen. We don't have enough teachers. We don't have enough aides. We don't have enough in the guidance. We just have so many places where we're lacking. These children have both parents working, and you can only do so much in a day. It's not all the parents' responsibility. It's our educational system that also has to keep manners, morals, and values in the picture. And I was taught yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, and I still say it to this day. Not that we have to do that, but what has changed in our discipline and our social skills with these children from the 60s to now it's so serious. I see more children now hurting themselves than I've ever seen before. I'm so upset. I don't want to fear when my children go to school. I just don't. I don't think I should. I think I should feel confident that my drivers have the appropriate people to help them. My teachers have the appropriate people to help them. There's an abundance of them. I'd rather have more teachers and aides and drivers and aides than not enough. We don't have enough. The children have got to feel safe when they're on the bus. The bus driver gets one mirror. They can't turn around 50 times when a child's being rude over clothing or whatever they want to argue about and pick about. It's just a very serious situation, and now it has struck home to my home, and I'm really upset. And I really believed in the Spotsylvania school system, but now as I talk out publicly to parents and ask people that are younger than me, why are you taking your child and schooling their child? When I went to school, I felt safe, and I could go to any teacher or counselor if I had a problem with a fellow child. The kids aren't getting what I even got back in 1960s and 70s. What has happened to our system? There's something seriously lacking. And from one of my own kids to be getting hurt, sometimes they've made the right choice, sometimes they've made the wrong choice. But when they tell me now they don't even want to return into the system, I have a problem with that. I'm proud of being a Spotsylvania girl. I'm born and raised here. I want them to feel the same good feelings that I had as a child growing up. We all have mixed little puzzles at home, but we have to be taught how to get through them. And somewhere along the way here, we're lacking. I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the speakers that signed up.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the board? Please come forward, ma'am.
As you come forward, we will remind you to please give your name or the voting district.
Sure. My name is Bethany Kern. I'm a Spotsylvania County bus driver. I've been with the county for 15 years. And I just had a comment to go along with what Miss Debbie said, is that I don't know about other fellow drivers, but I know for me and a few others that we are afraid to say anything about the way we're being treated or how other people are being treated at work because of what it might do to us, or we may not be able to get this or get that, or there's others that get treated better than we do because of they're the pets of the transportation. And it's not right, and it's not fair. We all deserve the same respect. We all do the same job. We all put our pants on one leg at a time. Whether we're male or female, or we've been here for a year or 15 years, we should all get the same respect, no matter what. And that is what is part of what's wrong with the transportation department. We all need to be treated the same way. You guys want to be treated the same way. They want to be treated the same way. They want us to treat them with respect. We deserve the same respect. We are out there every day. We get shown things that the kids at school don't show anybody else. We're the first ones to treat them and greet them every day, and we're the last ones that may greet them at night. We deserve the same respect everybody else does, and the same pay that other people deserve, whether we're male or female. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to address the board? Or you come forward, sir? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Tim Stimmel. I'm the Activities Director at Riverbend High School. And I'm not up here this evening to try to convince you any further about our need for a synthetic surface at Riverbend in our stadium, but instead I'm up here to show support for my coaches and my student athletes. They're the real stakeholders in this. They're the ones that put hours upon hours upon hours in of practicing and playing to just go out and do the things they love. And I know a synthetic surface will certainly help that. And really I'm here again to show support to them. There are plenty of stories to talk about what inclement weather can do on a grass surface, even one as beautiful as ours. The state the state field hockey tournament from a year ago, we went as far as to rent an asphalt roller to try to make our field playable, and even at that, we moved it in the interest of safety. It was probably playable, but we wanted the safest field possible, and in so doing, we gave up something that those young ladies earned. And I don't ever want to have to do that again. I don't want to have to look in the eyes of coaches or student athletes and say we have to move simply because we have an unsafe surface. So again, I'm 100% in support of our student athletes, our coaches, and our parents, our overall Riverbend community in providing this surface. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Will there be another? Ma'am, please.
Good evening. My name is Rose Miller. I am a driver of Spotsylvania High Schools. I started with this county 4 years ago. I'm a substitute. I'm not a regular driver. I go anywhere that I am required to go. At any given day, we have 15 to 30 drivers off. We have a fleet of 300 plus drivers. Every day, we are 10% short of the people on our staff. That does not include long-term leave or open runs. This is a nationwide epidemic. It is not just us. It is not just Stafford. It is across the board. Drivers need to know that they're appreciated. We get lip service every year. That's not enough. We're not asking for a lot of compensation, but we're asking you to give us what we deserve. We can't do it. We can't do 3, 4, 5 runs and cover for 2 different drivers. I know you've heard the complaints about children getting home late. I know you've heard the complaints about them being picked up late. We are doing the best that we can. And let me tell you that it's really not the starting salary. It's the politics that go on. And that's not even all of it. It's the support and feeling safe on our buses. We have children that tell us to shut up and drive. We have children who threaten us. And you know what happens in the school when we say something? Nothing. We get nothing back. It's being treated right. We love our children. I've been doing this job for 30-some years. And I love my children. I'm a substitute because I wanted to learn the county. I find that I enjoy different children every single day. I find that they're a challenge, and they give me happiness. But when you have drivers that have been out here for 10 and 15 years, and they're making less than $1 an hour more than somebody who's coming in today, you have a problem. That is not right. And I will tell you that for the past 4 years, I have said the same thing in the fireside chats. You cannot expect a driver to stay with you if you're not going to say, hey, you know what? You've been here longer than this person has, so you deserve more money. Or you deserve more compensation. If that is better health insurance or more contribution from the county to our health insurance, then so be it. But do something for those older drivers. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to address the board? Ma'am, please.
My name is Demi Alice. I'm a brand spanking off the runway driver. I literally got my license in August, and I've been with the county since my daughter's birthday and the first day of school. My reason I've come here is I pick up routes every day. Smith Station, Lee, Livingston, everywhere, all the time, and I love it. But I fear when we have days where I only get the 4 hours. The contract shouldn't be 4 hours. Since I started, the day they put me in the bus with the children, I've made more than 5 hours every day. So Christmas break comes, I'm only gonna get 4 hours those days. When we have a snow day, I'm only gonna get 4 hours those days. Even though I've worked my hardest, I've picked up children I've never seen, I've gone to stops I've never been to. I do it all on the fly with a piece of paper or the kids behind me help or other drivers helping you through the CB radio. I should be able to know that my paycheck will be the same no matter what, because I've given all every day. I know every single kid that gets off my bus, and I wish them good morning. I wish them good evening every day, and if they're not my students, I do the same. I read their names off that paper, and I give them the best I can. I know it's silly, but I have 2 little girls, and if you went off the pay you gave me today, and my husband was to unfortunately leave me, we would lose our house. We would lose everything. The pay in this county won't pay to maintain any of that. And it's not fair. I love all these kids, and I love my job. I've never loved my job. I'm 29 years old, and I've been an assistant manager at a restaurant. And I love this job. Joy radiates just getting up to do this job. I mean, who wants to get up at 4 in the morning? I do, because I get to see my kids every day. And I've never found joy like that other than being a mother. So I really hope that we can just make every contract 5, 7 hours, 7 for those who've been here longer. Obviously, myself, I'm only asking for what I work. And I would like to be guaranteed that 25. And so would all the starting drivers who are doing everything they can to help. Because I love helping out. When they call and say, can you pick up this route? Yeah, let me just let the babysitter know I'll be late. I don't have a problem. I just want to know that when the times are bad, it's going to be the same no matter what. So thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the board?
Good evening. My name is Teresa Perry, and I'd like to mention a few things to the board. We've already mentioned pay, raises. I have drivers standing in food bank lines because they don't make enough money every month. That's an embarrassment to this county, and an embarrassment. These drivers are making $17,000 a year, and they're just barely making it or not making it. Can you guys live off of that? Neither then can they. They're worth it. We earned it. Give it to us. We've had enough. We've waited long enough. We've been pushed to the wayside. I'll stand up here. I was the one that rallied all of them. And nobody wanted to come to this meeting. I was the one who called, who texted, who put it on the form. I was the one that put all the brochures on all the buses. This chick right here. You know what? I love my job. I've been doing it for 16 years. I get up just like they do, repeating myself just like they did, 4:30 every morning. I don't have to work. I can walk away. I don't need the insurance, but I do it because I love my job. I'm here fighting for these men and women. It is time to give them what they've earned. And $17 an hour, that's great pay bringing in somebody at that. But they don't make the hours. It doesn't equal out. $17 an hour and you make 20 hours a week, do the math. They can't make it in Spotsylvania County. Spotsylvania County is one of the highest counties to live in. They can't make it. I couldn't make it by myself, per se. Put yourself in their position just for a hot moment with families and children, single moms, single grandparents. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to address the board? Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to address the board? At this time, we'll close public comments. And before I go to board member comments, I did not recognize, as a result of this recent election, one of our own who was elected as a supervisor in the Salem district, Ms. Deborah Frazier. Will you please stand up and be recognized? I could not have let her go home without telling her that we're exceptionally proud of her in the campaign that she ran. And I know that she will represent all citizens in this county well. And so we thank you for being here, and we wish you Godspeed. We'll now have board member comments. We'll start with Mr. Blaine.
Somehow I sensed that was what was coming along to this evening. I'm finishing, about 45 days, my 8th year on the school board, and I'm retiring. And I'm saying goodbye to everybody and telling everybody how much I've appreciated working here. And I have been here 8 years and was on a school board in Illinois for 14 years. So I've added a whole bunch of years, and this has been a really interesting experience for me because the legal structure and the structure of how things work in these two locations is very, very different. And I've been impressed with what we had before, and I've been really very pleased with what we have here. And you should all be thankful that we do have the quality of school board, I might say, and administration that we have here. And I'm in a position to make a comparison, and so I'm very pleased that I've been able to be here for 8 years. And enough for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blaine. I will say before we recognize Ms. Phelps, I know we're going to have an opportunity to celebrate your service, but I consider you a friend, and you are a very honorable man. Thank you, sir. Ms. Phelps.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for sitting through this. I know it's getting long-winded here. But the first thing I need to say is today's Veterans Day, and for me it holds a special place in my heart, and I'm honored to be the wife of a United States Navy veteran, and I know it takes courage and soul to answer the call of duty, defend the honor of our country. And I just wanted to thank all the veterans who willingly signed on to answer that call of duty, and to the men and women who are my friends and family who are presently serving on that call of duty. I'm just grateful. I just wanted to thank all the veterans who are here right now and who aren't here, and they are with me in spirit. And another important thing, like I said, I'm a wife of a United States Navy veteran, and when they're deployed and they're not home, it's the families that keep it together here. It's the families who worry, and I'm just really grateful, and I want to thank all the families out there who stand by the men and women who defend our country. And so, happy Veterans Day, and don't forget every day to thank a vet. When you're walking around, I do. See the hats, I say thank you. And I made their day. I guess it's another kind campaign, too, you can call it. So on to another topic. To all you bus drivers that got up here and that are in here, I have 2 children, and I depend on you every day. I get the emails. I get the phone calls in the morning. I drive through my neighborhood early in the morning while it's dark out. They're still standing on the corners, 45 minutes late. By the way, I'm also at the schools after school and see the teachers standing outside waiting for you to get your double runs done. So I get it. I feel it. I'm affected by it every day. It seems like since September, every single day that I've received that phone call. The bus 102, 120 is going to be late due to the double runs, elementary school and middle school. Every day. You know what? It is a nationwide crisis, and I get it. We have to take care of our own right here. And if that means really looking at it with all my peers and the school staff, that's what we're going to have to do. We can't do this anymore. So in order for the school board, and I appreciate you guys getting together and coming up here, because sometimes we do get caught in our busy lives that we don't stop and really hear and see the camaraderie and how you guys care. So maybe it is time. It's time for us to really look at the respect. You know, Miss Marshall, when she got up here, you know what? There's one thing that my dad told me, or my granddad told me. Don't ever put your morals, standards, and values on the shelf, because that's the only thing you own. And if you're not being treated like that fairly, we need to know about it up here in order to get something done. We have to accept it. It's happening. You all wouldn't be sitting here saying the same thing if it didn't. So as a governing body up here, I think it is time for us to sit down and take a hard look at it. And I also would like to make a motion that the school board, we used to have, before I was elected to the school board, we had a school board advisory committee. 7 different people came up with solutions, came to us, went out and looked at all of the issues, circumstances, concerns, and they came together and they came up here and shared it with us. That's what you guys need. I think the school board, all of us, should create, what was it? School Board Transportation Advisory Committee. That's what we could do. I think it's a great idea. Fireside chats, that's great. But let's everybody up here, get somebody individually to talk to you guys, to come back with the real information. And I don't know if it's a place right now, but I'm going to make a motion that we start looking at, the staff goes out and starts gathering together the facts and the data and the information, how we can start getting this moving along.
And new business.
So I'm going to make that motion at new business, and that's towards the end. But I wanted you guys to know right now.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps.
I'm not done yet. I just wanted to say that it's serious, and that I think that all of what we up here and the staff is going to work, and we're going to work together to help everyone. It's about our students. You know, I'm going to say this. Somebody told me that bus drivers weren't mandatory. You know what? They're not state mandated. In my world, they are. The first words that came out of my son's mouth after being nonverbal for a couple, 3 years was bye-bye to Katina Parker, his bus driver. They're mandated in my world, and that's why I sit up here and I say that. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Ma'am, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. We'll have Ms. Shelley.
Thank you, Mr. Braswell. I have got some notes So I'm going to start off saying Happy Veterans Day. I know that our schools had some wonderful programs today, and I hope those people that were able to attend had a good time and the patriotism shined through. Thank you all our speakers. And I'm going to come back to what I'm going to say about our speakers because I want to mention a couple of things first. We just had our Knockout, Rockout homelessness event, and I know that we had a wonderful showing. I was able to go for a little while. I want to thank the mascots that attended. Lee Hill Elementary, Salem Elementary, Wilderness Elementary, and Post Oak Middle School's mascots came out. And I also want to thank the student volunteers from the Chaplain Youth Center, and then students from Chancellor, Cortland, Massaponax, Riverbend, and Spotsylvania High Schools, and then Lee Hill Lion Love Club came out to support the endeavor for Knockout, Rockout homelessness, and we were able to refill the treasure house for our students in need. And it's a huge community event, and once again, the Spotsylvania community is amazing. They come out to support our students and our families in need, and once again, thank you to Spotsylvania County. You did a great job. Someone mentioned our numbers of staff and that we need more staff. Absolutely, we need more staff. Last year, in our budget, we had 149 positions to add to our budget. We were only able to get about a third of that due to funding. I will continue to fight for those positions because that's what our students need and deserve. Also, about the pay. You will hear me say more at new business. Our supervisors just voted in a big pay raise, a well-deserved pay raise for our first responders in the range of about $6.4 million for the new annual for the 2021 budget. So about half of that will start in January. I am going to request at new business that we have a analysis of what it would cost us in Spotsylvania for all of our employees to get the step increases that they did not get for a number of years. And I'm not just counting like the county just did those 4 first responders. I want to know what it would be for all of our employees, not just one group or not just 2 groups. All of our employees are the reason we're here is for our students. And every single one of our employees supports our mission, our students. So I will be asking for that as a report in new business. But in case anybody leaves, I want you to know that's what I will be asking for. And with that, I'm done with my time.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Ms. Graham.
Good evening. As I said last month's meeting, just doing continuation from there, I'm excited that it's budget season, and I'm happy to hear from our employees about their needs. And as Ms. Shirley just said, and I mentioned in the last meeting, it's nice to know that the Board of Supervisors are on a upswing and supporting our county employees with the last package that they passed. So hopefully this budget season, when this board, as we do every year, fight for fair compensation for our employees, hopefully we'll get some more local funding out of that. But I would like to thank the bus drivers for coming out. And as we've already mentioned, we know it's a nationwide crisis. The interesting part, and Ms. Phelps touched on this about bus drivers, is that they're not state mandated. And that means that they're not the way that impacts your pay is that you're not SOQ funded. So the state gives us positions for our SOQ position, funding for our SOQ positions. So they don't give us funding for bus drivers from the state level. So our funding is 100% from the local level. So that's why every year at the Board of Supervisors meetings, when we do our presentations, and every year they claim that they're funding us at above SOQs, and we should be happy with that. Those SOQ positions don't include numerous positions that are essential to our students and to our schools. Bus drivers are a prime example. Custodians, some paras. If we go over the mandated counselor limit and ratios, if we have extra positions, assistant principals, all these positions we get no state funding for. So that all comes from the local portion. So when the supervisors claim that they're going above and beyond to fund our schools and that the school board is having the problem with the money, it's just that our local funding isn't there to compensate for the positions that are not supplemented with state money. So we're not, when we say that every budget season, it's truly a problem. And you guys are the ones, the assistant principals are the ones, the paras that are not SOQ funded. Those positions that are essential are what we're fighting for every year when there's a budget gap, because our budget gap is always in compensation. So the other thing I just wanted to point out for those of you that aren't big on the budget, we will of course be voting later on in the schedule based on the people that were here earlier. Artificial turf is on the agenda. And a lot of people question how can you spend money on that when you have employees that aren't compensated correctly. And I just want to point out and make sure that everybody knows that they are two completely different pots of money, and we can't spend CIP money on compensation. So I just want to make sure that those are two different funds, make it clear that we can't do that. The other point I did want to point out for the bus drivers, and I heard that you guys actually made a plea, but for the third year in a row, I call once a month to VDOT and try to get a light at that intersection. So I'm really glad that you guys have joined me in the quest, because I have to go through that intersection in the mornings, and I couldn't even get them to get me a flashing school zone light, like with the neon things that aren't in other areas. So I've been working to try to do it, but us school board members don't have any power for that. But hopefully, now that you guys have gone to the Board of Supervisors as well, because I have too, and I keep calling, maybe we can just all call VDOT and get a light at that intersection, because I've been trying. So hopefully we will get that done, and hopefully we will keep fighting at the state level to get our SOQs changed. You know, we need to at least get many of the positions that all the schools in the Commonwealth need to run an essential school, like assistant principals and certain numbers of para and more counselors, and eventually recognize bus drivers as essential personnel that comes from the state funding. I don't understand why we can't get that modern times, but we do have a different General Assembly now that might be more pro-education, so I'm sure that we will all lobby on that behalf to get the SOQs changed.
Thank you, Ms. Gramp. We'll go with Dr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And bus drivers, thank you for coming out this evening. I'm going to give you the other shoe that fits on the foot. What Ms. Graham spoke about, I'm going to say it in a little bit different language. You may recall, because I've been in this for about 35 years, so I do recall some of the history. Originally, when the General Assembly passed the budget, and at the time when when Senator Warner was governor, the budget included funding for support staff. After about 4 years, and with the recession and everything else, then the General Assembly needed some budget wiggle room in the state budget and removed the support staff cap. It was really established a cap. That funding for support positions was no longer there. That money was taken out of the budget. So what Ms. Gramp is referring to is there is greater emphasis now from the School Board Association as one group, but others that are lobbying to restore that funding level. And if they do, then there will be substantially more funding coming for education. Now, here's the catch-22 in it. Anytime there's an increase in state-level funding by our composite index, it puts pressure on the locality to meet that criteria. We have a certain level of funding that locality needs to do to step up to the plate. And it's very, very possible that this next year there will be additional funding. Everybody's waiting on the governor to present his budget coming up in December, mid-December, which will indicate at what level of funding. They're doing re-benchmarking, which means they recalculate all that funding level. And we're going to meet with our area legislators tomorrow night, 6 o'clock here. And one of the positions that we're going to be looking at to present is to remove that cap that was established when the state was looking for budget wiggle room. But when it happens, and if we do get additional monies, we also need your effort and your time and your contact with our local supervisors to fund the local side. Because by that composite index formula, there is a burden that's placed back on the locality to meet it. When the locality meets what the state's going to fund, then there will be dollars that can be assigned and a greater value can be given. And all of our bus drivers merit it. It's more than a 20-hour-a-week job. History, a little bit another history piece on it, that was the reason that 5-hour positions were established because they would qualify for VRS, Virginia Retirement System, so that drivers would have something to look forward to when you do retire, that you have a pension. There needs to be a further study whether there needs to be more of that kind of thinking and increasing the baseline for all of our bus drivers. And I wish you well, because I'm not going to be here, but I'll be rooting for you. I also want to take this opportunity to wish, our veterans happy Veterans Day. Only got a couple more hours left. To all of our veterans home and abroad, and thank you for your service to our country. I have 2 of my brothers that served in Vietnam. When I went to Brazil, they went to Vietnam. And each of us had a different service at that time. Special thanks to those who supported my campaign. Words cannot express my appreciation to those who gave their time and support to me and the school division. I also want to congratulate those who won. Dawn Shelley to my right, Rita Daniels, front row, Kirk Twig, who could not be here this evening, and Robbie Abu-Ismail, as I wish you all much success, because the future of our children rests in your hands. For the record, I did run a clean campaign, and I ran it as an independent candidate. Even though my candidate promised a clean campaign, even though mine, and I promised with him and he promised me a clean campaign. Within the last week before Election Day, a smear campaign started with a mailer. The voters need to know the truth. I'm not a career politician, as was asserted. I'm a school board member who has served administratively for 26 years and 8 years as a board member, almost 8 years complete, whose term will finish on December 31st. For the record, it was asserted that I cut teachers' pay. I did not cut teachers' pay. I voted to balance the budget with a 4% salary increase. I voted to cut approximately 100 budgeted positions, the one that Ms. Shelley referred to, because the funding request of the county was not honored. We made our request to the supervisors because they wanted to know what our needs were, and we established and presented those needs. But when the funding is not there, then we have to balance the budget at that time. The artificial turf was approved by the voters in 2014 bond referendum and this school board. And I stand by my record. I stand by my record in voting to approve the new 4-year contract with Dr. Baker so that his compensation package is comparable with divisions of comparable size in retaining an instructional leader. My record with 26 years serving this division as assistant superintendent for administration and clerk of the board, even a short term as a superintendent and almost 8 years as a school board, remains untarnished. I served with integrity. That word that was mentioned this evening and what I received from Cedar Forest, the word integrity, has a lot of meaning for me. Integrity and pride on what has been accomplished. I did not attempt to discredit my opponent, as is evidenced by a card handout and a mailer the last week, card handout during the polls. I called Robbie to clarify my items with him, cited on the card and distributed at the polls, and I wished him well. Contrary to what was commented at the polls, I did not take money from the Democratic Party or the Republican Party to fund my campaign. Contrary to what was commented at the polls, I am not under investigation concerning the cyber attack of $600,000, as was commented by my opponent's helpers. Contrary to what was commented at the polls, I did not write my severance package. I did participate in an early retirement program with 300+ retirees, which was written by the superintendent, HR staff, and finance staff. At that point, I was not in finance. I was in general administration. That early retirement program was approved by the board, not by me, by the school board. I wasn't on the board. Approved by the school board, which saved millions of dollars for the school division. And a similar early retirement program was implemented again by the board 5 years later. Contrary to what was commented at the poll, policy BG-R was drafted by me, then rewritten by legal counsel and approved by the school board to give guidance to board members on how board members should address concerns from constituents. Over the past 8 years, it has never restricted me from addressing concerns by any constituent. Contrary to what was commented at the polls, I did not inhibit or take actions to impede implementation of cybersecurity measures which resulted in the $600K theft. And I never denied that there was a lack of training and awareness to recognize such scams. I insisted that I could not comment on this matter as requested by legal counsel. And when legal counsel makes a request of that nature, it means lips sealed, folks. That's part of our job. And I know some people want to hear answers, but when legal counsel says this is a matter under investigation, lips sealed, that means nothing. Nothing. No comment. The school division did issue 2 separate statements related to this matter. And while most of the funds have been recovered and the staff has jointly worked with the county to revise protocols, the investigation continues. To insinuate that I am somehow responsible for this theft is utterly false and ridiculous. What does it mean to run as an independent? I take this matter very seriously. I funded my campaign with my own dollars, my own money, to print 5,000 brochures and 2,500 half sheets that I used, and I did receive one donation from a very staunch Republican of $50 to help with the half sheets that I used at the football games and at the polls. I stand for what is needed by our students who are not red or blue. I stand for what is needed by our students. I remain committed to this position with integrity. It is very concerning to me that someone could say that he or she is a dependent while receiving funds and assistance under the tent of a particular party. I call this interdependence and not independent. I am concerned for how future elections will be held in a manner that advocates for meeting the needs of future students. I thank you for your patience in giving me this opportunity to express my thoughts related to this election. I exit this role with dignity, integrity, and pride that in some way my 34 years of service has resulted in providing better learning environments for our students. Mr. Chair, that concludes my remarks. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. I have a few comments. I, first of all, want to wish all the veterans that are in this place or that are in our school division a happy Veterans Day. I, too, am a veteran. I'm very proud of my service in the United States Army. I served as an infantry officer, and I am honored to not only have served, but served with so many fine young men and women that gave of themselves selflessly for the cause of this country. There is no experience that I've ever had that could replicate that experience of being a United States Army soldier. So I say happy Veterans Day to all the vets. I know full well what you've sacrificed and what you've given, and I respect it and I honor it because I understand it. I want to also say to the bus drivers that are here, I understand what you're going through. I feel your pain. And when we go into budget negotiations, we have to lift up your cause so that we can not only make others aware of it, but we can remedy some of the circumstances in which you have to work. I don't know all the answers yet, and I don't think any of us know all the answers yet. To say so would be foolhardy, but I know we need to do something. And I'm committed, along with my peers, to figure out how we can put you in a better place. So I promise you that. I promise you that I'll do my level best as a board member to advocate for your case and for your cause, because the work that you do is valuable. My sons rode on your bus. I was reminded of that before this meeting began, and I'm so appreciative of the contact that my sons had with their bus drivers and everyone else in that chain of support that cared about them. So, as for this board member, I'll do my level best to not only sit down with you, figure out tangible ways to address some of the concerns that you have, and continuously advocate for your situation, because it's not going to be solved just in one fell swoop. This has to be a change in our approach to understanding how we take care of our support staff. So that's my promise to you, and I'm the type that likes to keep his word. So, and then also I want to clear the record. We had a very monumentous election, and there was some great strides that were made in Spotsylvania County in terms of minorities that are sitting on boards, either at the school board level or at the board of supervisor level. We recognized earlier Ms. Deborah Frazier, who will be the first African American to sit on the Spotsylvania County Board of Supervisors, and I salute her. Her campaign that she ran was exceptional in every way. And I also want to thank Ms. Loretta Daniels, who's here with us. She will sit on this board to replace Mr. Bill Blaine, but it'll be the first time that more than one person of ethnicity, along with Mr. And I'm going to make sure I say it right, Abu Ismail, will be on this board and I forgot that Ms. Shelley is actually Arabic. So there's going to be a lot of diversity, not only in terms of gender, but diversity in terms of ethnicity, and that's a good thing, because it's good to hear different solutions that are brought to the table so we can solve the problems that affect us all. But the reason why I need to clear the record is that the newspaper published something that was not true, and I can't allow it to stand, in that that I was the first board member to be, that's African American, to be elected as a chairman. That's not true. Ms. Lee Broughton, who served the Livingston district, the Berkeley district for years, the Berkeley district, yes, for years, and served it well. She was the not only first elected African American to serve on any board in this county, but she was also chairman twice and also vice chairman. And so I stand on just very broad shoulders of Miss Broughton. She's a phenomenal person, and I feel it's an honor to consider myself standing on her shoulders, because she was a trailblazer and she cared about children and their education, and she cared about this county. And I don't want any credit falsely to go to me that clearly belongs to her. So I just wanted to say that, not only in public, but I also contacted the newspaper and asked them to make the correction. As a former military person, I only want to wear the rank that I earned. So with that being said, I have comments about the field turf, but I'd rather hold it until we get to 15.05, because I heard a lot of great comments about field turf, and I want to add a little bit to that discussion when we get there. So I thank all the board members for their comments on this evening. I thank us all for being able to address the concerns that matter to us, and do it in a way that addresses the issue and that brings respect and dignity to all members that are present. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Dr. Baker.
Thank you. I'm aware that the hour's already starting to get late, and so I'm not going to make a speech, but I do want to make a few comments. The first is, and now I've been here long enough, for 7 years, to recognize faces that come and share very openly your concerns. And so I want to thank our bus drivers that not only are still here, but those that came earlier. And I've been parodied for this before when I've said it's all about love. But I do want to say that my son, the very first experience with love that he had in the public school system was from a bus driver. And in fact, during the early years when he did not have probably the social environment that he eventually grew into, it was that comfort to and from school every day. And he had a very strong relationship with his bus driver. And I think, as Ms. Phelps and others said, we never forget that. We never forget the impact it's had on us. But all of that is indeed lip service. I heard numerous times tonight, and amidst the various concerns that we take very seriously, the one thing that I heard that I think was another theme was the joy and the love that you have for your jobs and that you have for the children. And when you pour out love on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, often not having enough to take care of yourselves, what you hope in return is that you feel and experience love back. And so I know that there are the issues of compensation that are ones that we must take on collectively. And I was really encouraged tonight to sense the solidarity that this current school board has, and I know we'll have new members, solidarity behind whatever it takes. Over the last couple of years, when I have presented budgets to the school board and the Board of Supervisors, there have been times where I've been described as presenting a bloated budget because it had too big of a gap between what was possible and what I was initially recommending. And it really comes down to only two areas that we ask for additional funds every year. even though a lot gets put in there to mix folks up, there are two major areas. One is compensation and the other is people. And what did we hear tonight? And I'm sure we'll hear it next week when we have a budget work session, and I know we're going to hear it at the first budget work session, is that we need to continue to add people, and we need to continue to raise the level of compensation for our staff. And for those of you that have been willing, not only recently but over the years, to speak to me directly, while all I can do is recommend, I think I heard tonight that everyone's going to be supporting it, regardless of how much it may cost. But I also want to say that those are things that, in the end, we don't have the ultimate control over. But we maybe have more control over what I heard tonight about some of the concerns about conditions and about the need to strengthen our two-way dialogue. And so a week ago, after one of your leaders had spoken with me, not only is my door open and I'm willing to talk with anybody, but I asked that Mr. Forrest develop a task force that will be really more about rank and file, folks that, like yourselves, that can just come and tell us exactly what the conditions are that you feel like need to be addressed. Because I don't think there's not one magic bullet. There's not just, it's a certain amount of money or it's a certain problem solved, but it's all of those things combined that we need to continue to work on. And while I don't make empty promises, I just hope you will judge from what you've heard tonight from not only the school board members, and I appreciate that there'll be recommendations for not only the task force, and maybe it'll take a different form, as having board member recommendations on it or advisory. I'm open and welcome all of that. But what you do have is a commitment from me and this entire organization to continue to work with you because you are extremely important. You aren't something that's not required. You are essential to what we do. We have over 460 square miles in Spotsylvania County. Geographically, we are sprawling, and we need what you're providing each and every day. And when I have come upon folks on the side of the road, especially recently with some accidents, and I'm pulling over, making sure everybody's okay, and I just realize that it is a labor of love. And just know that in my heart and in our hearts, we are going to do all we can to support you moving forward. So it was a speech, wasn't it? Just a couple other things I wanted to share. I think with the Veterans Day activities, we had our schools, and I've seen this every year. It's one thing to say thank you to our veterans. It's another thing to invite them in throughout our communities and to display that at higher and higher levels every single year. And I think this year, almost every school had something demonstrative, something that was very engaging for our communities to celebrate the service of our veterans. And I want to thank our schools for doing that. And as everyone has said, thank our veterans. I also had the opportunity to start my day at Massaponax High School, where they also on Veterans Day have established a tradition of having an alumni fair, where former students of Massaponax High School come back and actually do booths to show their businesses off and the things that they're doing with their lives now. And so I want to thank our folks out there for having me there. And then tonight, I think Mr. Braswell said it. I don't know how you could hear that music and not be moved. And so I want to continue to acknowledge and appreciate the work that our folks are doing in the arts and the talent of our kids. And then the house program that was presented at Cedar Forest, I had an opportunity just about a week ago to meet with student council, student leaders out at Cedar Forest. And that is not just a highlight that is dog and pony. Those kids believe in what they're doing. I got to see their level of conviction and the sense of how that is bringing their student body closer together and really helping to transform the culture in a positive way. So I wanted to share that too for the board, because sometimes we all get the highlight at the same time, but I just wanted to reinforce that. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. We're going to move to 14.01 now. Board committee reports. Do we have any board committee reports? Ms. Phelps.
So I am on the Food Service Task Force, and we met a couple weeks ago. And the Food Service Task Force is made up of a couple school administration, community members, and Sedetsco to talk about ways that we can either improve, enhance the quality service of the cafeteria, the food that are served in our school division. So one thing that did come up, and I'll share about it, is the cheese sandwich policy that has been a high level of concern in our community. So the state had come back to Spotsylvania County Schools, and I guess it's pretty much like a state mandate now. We are tasked to look for options and solutions instead of giving students that are delinquent in their cafeteria account a cheese sandwich. So that's what the Food Service Task Force is in the process of looking at right now, and the different options that maybe we can bring to the table to offer our students who are delinquent. Because I believe that it's not the students' fault by any means, and they shouldn't go hungry. And so we are, as a division, looking at that, and I just wanted to share that publicly because I think it's a great move in the right direction to a solution. And I think that's about it with my committee reports.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. Mr. Blaine.
We talk about our students being career and college ready and when they finish, and I just like to elaborate just a little bit on that. Many of our boys and girls, when they graduate from high school, go immediately into the workforce. Some of them go on to college, as we know as well. But we were set up with our Career and Tech Training Center that's elaborating very well and very effectively on the students who are planning to go immediately into the working world. And there's been a major improvement. We are able to have kids sign agreements actually about the time they're leaving schools. And the kids that we're working with now literally can enter into careers immediately, and that's just not words that you hear. And I think that our whole Career Tech Center program deserves a very big round of applause from the board and all of our staff. No, that's all. Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Shelley.
Last week, we had our Spotsylvania Education Foundation meeting. They have voted in a couple new members to the board. They have the seed grants are coming out, and the IDEA, the IDEA grants will be coming out. So they worked hard, and it was a good meeting. So there will be probably new members being voted in at the very next meeting as well.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. I believe that I just have a meeting on tomorrow with the gifted auxiliary on the 12th, and I believe that's 9 o'clock. Is that right, Ms. Cunningham? 9 o'clock. And also on the 19th with Head Start. So those are only two meetings I have and that are scheduled over the next couple of weeks. We'll move on now to 14.02, Superintendent Reports. Dr. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Braswell, and that was a perfect segue. Speaking of gifted, I would like to have Ms. Darnella Cunningham, and I know she has a couple of other folks that are going to come up and help her to provide you an update as a board on the local plan for the gifted.
I'll put this back down for you. Good evening, Chairman Braswell, Dr. Baker, Dr. Martin, and members of the school board. Tonight, I'm honored to present information regarding our local gifted plan with two very talented educators. We have Jenna Conley and Sylvia Mabey, and they serve as our elementary and secondary liaisons for gifted education. In accordance with state requirements, each school division is required to have a 5-year local gifted plan or gifted local plan. Currently, we are in year 4 of our 5-year plan. Our plan aligns with the Code of Virginia as well as school board policy. Tonight, we will share highlights from last year's plan, both strengths and areas of opportunity, as well as highlights of our work this year. Our Gifted Advisory Committee, made up of teachers and parents, assisted us with the review and recommendations. We will also present highlights of our program this year, and lastly, we will share a proposed addendum to enhance our local plan. This slide reflects the presence of our gifted service providers in each of our 29 schools. Our wonderful gifted team includes 14 elementary resource teachers serving 17 schools. We have 14 full-time elementary gifted resource teachers, and of those, 9 are split between schools to equalize the workload. We have 7 middle school gifted resource teachers serving 7 middle schools. We have 3 full-time gifted, out of those 7, 3 are full-time gifted teachers, and 4 are also teachers of record in English, science, or in STEM. And lastly, we have 5 gifted coordinators serving our 5 high schools. Listed on this slide are highlights from the 2018-2019 school year. We began last year with a gifted services questionnaire sent to parents of gifted students to gauge their needs and interests to guide Gifted Advisory Committee meeting topics. Based on the survey results, we targeted enrichment opportunities for gifted students, levels of service, gifted curriculum model, acceleration, and social emotional processing focused on overexcitabilities and gifted learners were our top 5 areas that parents wanted more information on. Mr. Tom Mitchell, supervisor of school counseling, assisted us with the overexcitabilities workshop. That workshop went so well last year. It was one of our top requests to begin the year with this year. So in October, we presented that workshop again, and we honestly had our highest turnout in our gifted meeting history so far. So we're very proud of that. And we've seen a steady increase in our GAC meetings as a result of providing supports for the areas identified by parents. And as mentioned, we had a huge turnout last month. Additionally, another universal grade level screening was implemented during the 2nd grade year for students. Aligned curriculum is now being implemented in grades K through 8. And in addition, the Gifted Visual Arts Pilot Program expanded to 2 additional schools last year. Our elementary school, high school, and middle school gifted teams engaged in focused PLCs to improve and enhance our gifted services division-wide. Professional development for classroom teachers was developed and offered to elementary gifted cluster teachers and middle school teachers. And now Jenna and Sylvia will share student data with you.
Thank you. Good evening. What you're going to see next are our reporting categories for the last 3 years in gifted ed in Spotsylvania County. You see our program demographics as well. Please note that this year's November information, we've only got the current year up through November 8th when we ran the report. The gifted numbers and percentages are shown here in comparison to the division percentages of students by ethnicity in Spotsylvania County Public Schools. We definitely see some areas of deficit. There are traditionally underrepresented groups in gifted education across the nation. It's been kind of on our radar for a while. We see this underrepresentation paralleled in Spotsylvania County. And as you can see later in our presentation, our growth goals are going to include some program efforts and staff professional development to address this. The gifted numbers and percentages reflect students who are identified gifted currently in grades 3 through 12. So there are additional numbers that are missing here. Keep in mind our elementary gifted resource teachers also work with our talent pool students, which includes kindergarten through second grade enrichment group students, and also our kindergarten through fifth grade rising scholars. So there are some additional students not in these numbers. The next view you're going to see really kind of shows that trend of underrepresentation, some overrepresentation with our white students. So you're seeing in shades of yellow identified gifted students in SCPS for the past 2 years plus this little piece of this year. And then in red, the shades of red you see reflect percentage of students in each reporting category for the entire division. So looking at our data, we see that underrepresentation. We are working closely with our different support areas, including our Office of Student Support Services and Ms. Lenz Johnson, who oversees our ESOL program as well. We're increasing talent pool opportunities and enrichment options to include programs like Rising Scholars and Math League, along with our kindergarten through second grade enrichment group. And we're going to highlight more of those enrichment acceleration options in a later slide. This slide is really just showing gifted enrollment by gender over the last 3 years. That's kind of interesting. A little bit of a gap between male and female, but kind of steady over that 3-year trend. And then on the next slide, we have our twice exceptional students. And so this is an area that we really have grown over the last 3 years. Students identified with both a disability and giftedness are students termed twice exceptional, or you might hear them called 2E. We did have a 2017 task force that explored and enhanced our identification and eligibility processes for twice exceptional students. According to National Association for Gifted Children, twice exceptional learners show potential for high achievement capability in areas such as general intellectual ability, creativity, leadership, and/or visual arts potential. They also give evidence of one or more disabilities as defined by federal or state eligibility criteria. It could be speech and language disorders, emotional behavior disorders, physical disabilities, autism spectrum, and other health impairments such as ADHD. Twice exceptional students represent a unique group of learners with diverse programming and emotional needs due to the fact that they have gifts and disabilities. In working with OSSS, this is an area that we have continued to grow over the last few years. All right, this is our group of students that participate in the Rising Scholars program, and you can see our elementary and middle school numbers side by side. This program really does support and kind of seek to lessen that gap of underrepresentation that you saw in those previous slides. We identify, support, and nurture academic potential and continuous growth of underrepresented students in the elementary grades, and they also continue to participate in middle school. The program encourages and mentors young students to be successful with a variety of challenging academic opportunities that require higher level thinking skills. Students are empowered to develop academic identity through coordination of school, staff, parent involvement, resources, and community efforts. And that program was begun quite a while ago. We now have kids up in 10th grade. We had 3 pilot schools once upon a time, mine included, at Harrison Road. So it really has grown and expanded, and you can kind of see this here. Students are identified for this program through testing, also observations, response lessons, input from classroom teachers, guidance administrators, and other special services teachers. And when they participate, we are cultivating creative, critical, and strategic thinking in small groups with the gifted resource teacher. All right, more numbers for you. These are our L's and our gifted students, and you see our trend there. Also, heightened awareness, I know, with our gifted resource team on identifying those students who are L and gifted. And so while we don't have a lot of students in this group, we are working to build that and really recognize other characteristics of giftedness in other populations. One thing to keep in mind is that we have less referrals coming to us at the secondary level because they tend to wane on their services. By then, they've kind of gotten out of ESOL at that point in time. They've kind of gotten to a level where they're proficient. All right, and I'm just noticing it's your slide.
It's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm glad. Sylvia Maybe, I am new to this position, but it has been a large learning curve, but I've really enjoyed it because I feel supporting our gifted students is a huge passion of mine. We have students on both ends of the spectrum, and I feel that they both need equal representation. Speaking of L students, as Jenna mentioned, like she said, there are not that many students that are identified as gifted because once they are aged out of L, then they are and then they're identified as gifted, then they don't qualify for one or the other. So speaking of advanced courses, at the high school level and middle school level, we currently have 29 advanced placement honors courses as of the 2019-2020 school year, which is a fantastic opportunity for all students, not just gifted learners. Honors classes include, world language levels 1 and 2, advanced coursework in English, math, science, history, and world languages, and this is all at the middle school level. And also middle school classes were changed from advanced to honors to correlate with high school course offerings as well. At the elementary level, we offer enrichment and acceleration through Math League, K2 Enrichment Group, Rising Scholars, Cluster Grouping, gifted visual arts programs at 9 schools. And then at the middle school level, we offer honors and high school coursework, Rising Scholars, and then we also offer a Fredericksburg Regional Governor School. The children do have to apply for that program, but it is free to them, and it's a wonderful opportunity for all gifted students to apply. We currently offer pre-algebra, Algebra 1, Geometry, Foreign Language 1 and 2, which is French, Latin, German, and Spanish, as well as a new course this year, IT Fundamentals. So students at the middle school level are able to earn a total of 5 high school credits before they even step foot at the high school. And then in secondary high school level, we offer independent study courses, advanced coursework, summer residential governor school, the International Baccalaureate, the DE program, CGS, and then also AP courses. We do have some areas of growth. Teacher professional learning opportunities, especially with focus on the gifted, seem to be a little bit lacking. Characteristics of giftedness is something that we need to do a better job of teaching our teachers of what to look for when they are identifying gifted students. Differentiation strategies, equity, communication about the local plan as well, and then identification services and models. We do really great things, but because some of us are stretched and not full-time resource teachers, it's hard for us to do all the great things great. Some of our strengths, we are expanding the response lessons, identifying starting in kindergarten, and then there's also math leagues in 4-5. Elementary GRTs worked on adding math extensions that are part of the new Envisions textbook series for the Spotsylvania math curriculum in grades 3, 4, and 5, and K2 work is ongoing. Secondary does universal NNAT screening in 2nd grade. Starting with the 2018-2019 school year. We've also expanded to new to county testing that will test 3 times a year for all new to county students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and also 5th grade. And then we are reaching more students by making our program similar across schools by having a curriculum that is continuous across all middle schools and all schools in general. Thank you.
And now, our focus areas for this year. First is to increase parent involvement through the Gifted Advisory Committee. We want to expand professional learning for teachers. Number one reason for this is to make sure that we are increasing opportunities for all students, and especially our underrepresented students in gifted education and enrichment opportunities. And last, we want to enhance gifted opportunities at the secondary level. We want to expand what we currently have there in something similar to a seminar where we add a few more hours to a lot of the services that high school students are currently getting at this point. So we are currently working with our gifted coordinators at the high school level to improve that area, and they are working hard on that as part of a PLC. So we're very excited about that. The next two charts reflect addendum items we will bring to you for approval under action items. And with the addendum items, these are things that we feel will strengthen our gifted local plan, and/or we want to bring them in alignment with Code of Virginia or school board policy. The first one is, as part of our addendum, we want to align our course catalog and course offering language at the secondary level. We want to include the second grade universal screening. We want to expand response lessons to grades 1 and 2. We want to add the new to county screening through grade 8. And all of these things will there again help us provide opportunities and access for all students. We also want to transition, or we're working on transitioning our middle school identification meetings back to the school level. Those used to be held at the division level. And then we want to update our gifted local plan language to align with school board approved committees and other Code of Virginia for gifted education. So we want to make sure that we are a gifted advisory committee and not operating under any other terms that may be in the old plan. So at this time, and we also wanted to let you know that for the fall, next fall, we will be in year 5 of our 5-year local gifted plan, which means that we will be under a VDOE technical review of Region 3 gifted local plans, where a team will come from the Virginia Department of Education and almost do an audit of our gifted program and services, and they will also make recommendations and provide us with commendations. So we're looking forward to their visit because we do feel that we have a strong gifted local plan. So at this time, we ask if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Any comments or questions from the board? Mr. Blaine, go ahead.
I would just like to comment on your preparation for identifying at the primary level the gifted, and that's been a major concern I have, that we don't identify soon enough, preschool level, the kids that have the capability, but they may lack any of the skills at that point. And so I'm very pleased, frankly, to see that there's some emphasis there, and I think that's going to pay off in the long run in the sense of identifying kids that should have been identified in the past, but we've never been able to do so. So I'm very pleased to see that emphasis.
Thank you.
My compliments.
Any other comments?
Mr. Braswell, I'd like to make a motion in approval of the addendum to the local plan for the gifted.
Okay, wait a second.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Shelley, and we have a second by Dr. Meyer. Has probably moved and seconded. Now Ms. Phelps has a question. Go ahead.
I just had a question. Sure. I just had a question before any motions were made. On the slide, what was the total gifted for the division-wide? Was there a total on there?
The total number of kids
The
in
enrollment.
gifted ed?
The enrollment. I don't have it in front of me. If I had it, I'd look at it.
You got it faster. 2,500, let me see the title of that one. 2,528 on this slide, bottom right.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was looking at the other one.
That's okay.
And so on the ELL, the 28 students,
Yes.
Okay, that's what I counted. Okay, so it's in elementary. Is that like across the board in elementary? It's like, are the numbers higher? Have they been higher here with the gifted program? And
Based on our experiences, they tend to be higher at the elementary level, based on the data that we're collecting right now. And that is an area that we are looking to improve as we work to learn or learn to improve our services and supports for our L learners.
okay, and also the new to county screening. What is the level right now? Is it what grade?
So basically what we're trying to do with the new to county screener is like any child that's new to Spotsylvania County that missed that kindergarten and second grade universal screening that we do with all students, we're trying to give them that same, it's a ability test, like a group proctored one that's completely nonverbal, culture fair assessment that we do. It's only 30 minutes. So all new students are getting that assessment in one of 3 windows throughout the school year. So we're trying to kind of cast a broader net, and we do find more students that we would have missed otherwise. And so it's a screener. It's also something that's uploaded. It's data that we have on that student, whether or not they go on to qualify for gifted services. It's a good piece of information.
Okay, I always get concerned with screening children for gifted and talented. Anyway, so that's all I have. Thanks, though.
And Mrs. Phelps, I will say that even when we screen our boys and girls, sometimes if they are not identified for gifted services, it does help us to better serve them. For example, we have one test that's called a Neglieri, which is it tests your nonverbal abilities. And let's say a student comes up very high on that test, but they may not be an identified gifted student, that still allows us to provide them services based on their strengths in that nonverbal area. So the screeners do provide us with a multitude of data to really be able to work with our boys and girls. And I will say tomorrow, as Mr. Braswell said, we have our gifted advisory meeting. We are doing a book study based on recommendations from our parents. And tomorrow is day 1 of that book study. So if you want to join us between 9 and 10:30, we invite you to come out and do so. The meeting will be here 9 o'clock to 10:30. Thank you all.
Thank you. Was there any other comments? We have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Oh, Ms. Graham, I'm sorry.
So we're at about 10% of our student population that's getting gifted services. Is that about average for us? Because it's above average in the country. So like Department of Education reports about 6% is average. So I was just curious if we're just identifying better because we've been focusing on identifying early, or?
I'm not comfortable speaking on what the ratio from the state or what the state average is. I can tell you based on my experiences, usually it's about 10% of your population. But that is something that we'd be more than happy to research and get back definitive answers for you regarding.
I just think it's nice that we are focusing some resources in this area, and it's helping a good number of students.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing that we jumped down to 15.01, we're going to call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0 with 1 absent. Dr. Baker, did you have any other reports under 1402?
No.
No, okay. So we'll move on to 15.02, approval of the school board's 2020 legislative priorities. The school board annually adopts legislative priorities, position statements to provide a focused direction for its advocacy as a locality. These select priorities are aligned with both the VSBA and the Virginia Association School Board Superintendent's position statements. The 2020 draft school board legislative priorities are attached and presented this evening for the board's review and approval. It's administration's recommendation that the school board approve the 2020 legislative priorities as presented. We have a motion.
I move to approve the school board's 2020 legislative priorities as presented.
I will second that.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Gramp and seconded by Mr. Blaine. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 6-0 with one absent. Let's see. Now we'll move on to approval of proposed legislative position amendments for the 2019 Delegate Assembly. This is at the VSBA Annual Convention on Thursday, November 21st, 2019. The Delegate Assembly will conduct the association's annual business meeting. Myself, as chair, is the school division's delegate representative, and Ms. Shelley is the alternate, filling in for Dr. Meyer, who's unable to participate. During the Delegate Assembly, the delegates will be focusing on major educational issues and voting on updates and amendments to the VSBA Legislative Position Handbook. Either delegate or alternate representative is authorized to vote. A copy of Section CX, Proposed Legislative Positions Amendments of the VSBA Delegate Assembly Handbook, is provided for your review. It's the administration's recommendation that the division's delegates or alternate be authorized by the school board to approve the amendments as set forth by CX, Section CX, Proposed Legislative Position Amendments of the 2019 VSBA Delegate Assembly Handbook as presented. The chair will now entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion to accept.
Thank you. A motion by Dr. Myers, a second? Second by Ms. Gramp. Any discussion? Ms. Phelps.
I do have a discussion on the legislative position proposal number 3, where it says mandatory reporting of misdemeanors and status offenses. It's new, and it says VSBA supports eliminating mandatory reporting of misdemeanors and status offenses by students to law enforcement for school-based incidents. And it was proposed by Arlington County. Their rationale was this legislation would make school officials reporting of student misdemeanor and status offense conduct to law enforcement discretionary. Currently, Virginia State Code 22.1-27.31 requires schools to report a wide level of school-based conduct and over 40 offenses to police, including misdemeanors and status offenses. Virginia ranks first in the nation in rate of school-based referrals of students to law enforcement. This revision would allow school staff to exercise their professional judgment in making referrals and would reduce the burden on law enforcement of responding to referrals for minor misbehavior. Additionally, it safeguards positive school climate and the authority of school staff, as well as reduces school-based referrals, arrest, and court involvement for children. So my question is, it was voted on. Dr. Meyer, you voted against it. Can you maybe bring me up to speed why you voted no on it?
I wanted to see more clarification of what is termed a misdemeanor.
Right. So that's what stuck out to me. And what really stuck out to me is and which I'm very proud of, the Sheriff's Department and the school division bringing the SROs into our schools. And I often wonder if it's one more burden on the principals and the APs to do investigations, and are we going to increase staff here in our security department who is trained in investigations? So that was my question there. So we have principals and vice principals who are going to do investigations and make their recommendations when sometimes maybe if we have the SROs there, they're trained in a different light. So this was just my question. I don't know if you want to pull it, but I was just asking why you voted no, and what is the misdemeanors? I do know, for example, if somebody's in the mall and they jump somebody and they physically assault them, the law enforcement officers come and take care of it, investigate. So having that happen on school property, would that imply that the principals take care of the investigations and say it's a misdemeanor, or is it up to the SROs? So I just have questions about it all around. While I'm supportive of everything else that's here, I just do question this one.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. I think Mr. Meyer, Dr. Meyer would like to respond.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps, because you brought up some points, and that was part of the discussion that we had as a committee, was we want to reduce the school-to-prison pipeline. And what drives it are how misdemeanors are handled. So the attempt here, as was presented by Arlington County, was that let the principals make that determination and have some discretion. And I'm in favor of that. I just see that there needs to be a clarification of what you define as a misdemeanor, and that's going to be up to the General Assembly to make that determination. The General Assembly making that determination, then, you know, it would significantly reduce the number of school-to-prison pipeline when any misdemeanor has to go through the sheriff's office, whereas it could be handled by the school administration.
Did you have?
Yeah, I just believe that maybe this particular proposed policy from Arlington County may not fare well right now for Spotsylvania County, and that's just what I believe with my recent experience and other parents out there who shared their experience. That's it.
I'd like to also comment on that. Misdemeanors are a large number of violations that would constitute a misdemeanor. And I believe that not allowing the principal and the administration to mitigate those things could leave a mar or scar on a student that they might not be able to outlive, especially when children make mistakes when they're young. And the misdemeanor could be something as small as taking somebody's quarter or something. Now we're saying that we have to report that through the legal system, and I believe that the intent of the reporting is really for things that are serious in nature, or misdemeanors that are of a different nature. Let's put it that way, a different class. So, you know, I'm in favor of allowing or powering down some of that to the administration so that they can make determinations in the best interest of the child at hand to determine what long-term impact that's going to have on them. So that's just my opinion. Of course, there's other members on this board that might have different opinions, one way or the other. Anyone else that has a comment? Okay, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Have one nay, so the motion carries 5-1 with one absent. We'll move on to 15.04, award of contracts with Precision Door for Phase 3 of the Access Control Project. Mr. Davis and Ms. Carter.
Good evening, Chairman Braswell, school board members, Dr. Baker and Dr. Martin. Tonight I am presenting the award recommendation for Phase 3 of the Access Control Panel project. The work for this project will consist of installation and implementation of the access door security upgrades to 23 school locations listed in your agenda. The Linnell On Guard Access Control Systems currently enables the school division to provide, deny, and monitor building access at selected exterior doors. Employees gain access according to their individual status, position, and assigned location or locations. These upgrades allow enhanced safety measures through improved door hardware, increased accountability, and monitoring of employee access, as well as updating existing employee ID badges. Cooperative procurement is authorized under Spotsylvania County Schools Policy and the Virginia Public Procurement Act. Spotsylvania County Schools previously used this contract for phases 1 and 2 of the same project, which will ensure continuity throughout this phase. It is staff's recommendation that the school board authorizes administration to enter into contract with Precision Doors for phase 3 of the access control panel project as presented. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Let's call for a motion first. We have a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Dr. Meyer and seconded by Mr. Blaine. So that's been properly moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Ms. Phelps.
So this is phase 3. Is this for the front entrances? I thought the front entrances were, or is this the side with where the teacher badges and?
Right, actually, each individual building has up to 5 locations throughout the building. So front entrances are included, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But
So they're already taking care of this, the phase 3 is the rest of the building? Is that it?
No, ma'am, actually, the phase 3 is the remainder of the schools. We're implementing those as we go through.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks for doing that. I really appreciate it. Walk up to the schools now, and they have the little camera, so I think it's looking good, and it's a positive. I've received positive feedback from it, and I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just want to
Mr.
clarify
Hockaday.
one thing. In the front entrances, as far as access security and the changes we made to the offices are complete. This is a different set of projects. So when we say front entrances, in this project, it was the front entrance is for the swipe card system, and we're going further with that. So just wanted to clarify there was a difference between the security work we did in the beginning and what we're doing now, just to add to that.
Thank you. Did you want to comment again, please?
So that's the swipe card where all the teachers and staff
Yes, ma'am.
are going to swipe? Oh, okay. And will that be integrated into HR soon? I mean, is it able to be integrated into HR
Yes,
also?
ma'am.
That would help?
HR has an active role in this because at the end of the day, they will be managing the badges. So as far as who has access and being able to shut off access will all go through HR as we bring this online. But all the badges will go through HR.
So is there eventually an opportunity to swipe the badges? Because right now they, don't they sign in via computer right now? Would it be possible to use that for the swipe for the time cards? That would be able to.
Thank you for bringing that up, Ms. Phelps. Currently, the badges are not connected to like a check-in from a time clock perspective. We would need an entirely different system for time clock management, which is something that we would certainly want to pursue in the near future.
Okay. So that doesn't, it's not expandable to that then? Okay.
Not at this time.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries 5-0-2. Mr. Blaine stepped out. Move on to 15.05, approval of a contract for installation of turf fields at Massaponax and Riverbend High School. Mr. Hockaday and Ms. Carter.
Sure. The second award recommendation tonight is for the approval of contract turf fields at both Massaponax High and Riverbend High schools. At the school board meeting on June 23, 2014, members of the school board voted unanimously to approve a bond referendum for capital improvement projects in the amount of $141,724,876. The capital improvement plan included projects in the area of school maintenance, new and replacement buses, instructional technology, and technological infrastructure purchases. A resolution was prepared and endorsed by all board members on June 23, 2014. This resolution was submitted to the County Board of Supervisors for its consideration as part of the upcoming election in November of 2014. At the local election, the citizens voted in favor of the bond, thus approving the capital improvement projects, which included the installation of artificial turf at all of the division high schools. On April 15, 2019, the school board unanimously approved and adopted the FY 2020 school division budget, which included the capital improvement plan and the schedule of turf installation at each high school. At that same meeting, there was unanimous approval of the Cortland High School artificial turf field that was presented as a separate action item. The school division would be using the same cooperative procurement agreement between Sourcewell and Shaw Turf for the Massaponax High School and River Bend High School turf projects. Again, cooperative procurement is authorized under both Spotsylvania County School Policy and the Virginia Public Procurement Act. The projects will be executed to include design, survey, construction, project management, and adherence to all athletic field safety requirements through staff, engineering, and the contractor. The cost for Massaponax High School was included in your agenda item as well as River Bend. $1,192,890 for Massaponax and $1,184,250 for River Bend. It is staff's recommendation that the school board authorizes staff to enter into contract with GTR Turf for the 2 turf projects as presented. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We need a motion.
I move to approve the turf at Massaponax and River Bend High Schools.
We have a motion by Ms. Gramp. Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Meyer. Any comments? We'll start with Ms. Gramp.
We heard from speakers tonight, and we've all done our own research, especially if we were involved in this vote to put it on the CIP years ago. But there were some changes from when we initially voted to put this on the CIP. One of them was the natural coconut husk product fiber that we are now using that was not even being used when we voted on this the first time. So that addressed some concerns from the public. And then the pad, shock absorption pad that we're now able to put down was also not involved in the original quote, because those are things that we benefited from taking our time on the installation because we got new and the best products. So I truly feel at this point that we are taking care of concerns. We took our time finding the best product, as evident with the Cortland field. It turns out it's steady, it's a good product, and the additional cost, which is very minimal with the extra pad, is just revolutionary, how it helps the kids. I've done months of research, and I've read all the FIFA reports and the NCAA reports for the 2 colleges that have it. And for FIFA to approve it and to say it reduces head injury, they're a pretty tough organization to get that passed. So if we can prevent one kid from having a head injury by taking a couple extra years to install a really good product, I'm very thankful that we did. Being a victim of a head injury, I know what we have to go through to help students in those situations, and if anything we can do to increase safety, I definitely think we have the safest and the best product that we can put down. So I'm happy to do 2 more fields.
Mr. Blaine?
I would like to say that I would second those feelings precisely. Thank you.
Anyone else? Let's see, Dr. Meyer.
I just wanted to acknowledge, all the speakers that voiced their opinions this evening actually added additional reasons that I hadn't thought of, other than, the items that Ms. Gramp had presented this evening, are all cogent reasons for us proceeding with this to provide the best we can for all of our students and athletes, and not just for a football team, but it's for many different athletes, many different sports, to provide the best we can in safety for our students.
Ms. Phelps?
So I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I wasn't here in 2014. I was here at the last vote for Cortland High School. I did have questions back then. That backup information was never given to me, and that's just the way it was. So I learned, I know better now, especially that we had, I received a lot of feedback and comments from the public about the lost money for Cortland football field, and so I'm going to leave it at that. So with that being said, I do have a couple questions. I do not have a copy of the actual contract for Massaponics. It was not given to me, so I just thought everybody on the board, maybe we can start off by discussing the contract right there if I had it, and that's why I asked at the beginning of the meeting if we could pull it. So I don't have a copy of the contract that's up for Massaponics and Riverbend. So I was just wondering if that would be a good starting point. And also my other question was, can you tell me why we didn't do all 4 of the schools at one time? Was it not possible?
Yes, ma'am. To my knowledge, and there was a couple reasons, and mostly at the time it was due to funding and making sure we were having the fields ready for sports. So we kind of have 2 windows of opportunity, and that is the window of summer, and then we have the downtime between fall and spring sports. So we knew that we could get 2 done in each one of those windows. After we had done Cortland, we were trying to fit Cortland in with the Cortland project to get all that construction work done and out of the way at one time. So it would be almost impossible to do all 4 of them in the window of a summer or the window of that winter break. So we divided them up into 2 and 2.
I was just looking at cost savings. If there was any kind of cost savings to do all 4 of them, that's where I brought that
I
up.
will say that, and some of the comments made earlier are correct, that after the bond in 2014, we started researching the turf very heavily. And myself, I learned a lot myself over that time. The original product that we thought we would use and what we're using now is 2 completely different products. And there is a cost difference in that. Over time, we realized that in being tasked with being able to bring a product to y'all for approval and the cost assigned to that, in good conscience, this product at this price, not only, this is not just my opinion, we brought Timmons Group in from the beginning, not only because they're a civil engineer, but because of the number of fields they work on. And we wanted them to give us not only guidance on the direction to go on the field, but in knowing that we were receiving the best product for the best cost. It is my opinion, it is Timmons' opinion, they have sent their letters of recommendation that we are giving the best product at the best possible cost that we can get. I have worked with Shaw, I have taken them to the mat to try to get the best product at the best price. I have been able to get data from other areas, looking at what other areas have spent on fields. We're in the low end of the spectrum. There's a lot of schools that spend a lot more money. But to get the base product of this quality and to know that we're putting in a field that's going to last us 10, 12, 15 years, you have to go to this quality field. I will also say that when we did Cortland, we spent extra money on drainage. When we go to Massaponics, we go to Riverbend, there's a little bit difference in the cost of those 2, and that has to do with the amount of dirt that we're removing off site. the elevation, the crown in those fields was much greater than was at Cortland. So for every piece of dirt that's there, once you go above the grade of that track, all that has to be removed, so it's extra cost. So there is a difference in the cost of each one of them. Chancellor and Spotsylvania will be somewhat different cost. I don't know what that is today. We haven't got the paperwork back, the cost data back from them. But I know that I stand here giving you, recommending the best product at the best possible cost we can get today.
I appreciate it. And so now that brings me up to, I guess this would be probably, so how are we making up for the 300,000 that was lost for Cortland? And let me follow that up with, so I looked back at my CIP books that I have proposed, and across the board it said 800,000, right, in the CIP. And so now I receive, and I don't know if I'm doing the math correctly or not, but so it says the budget was 800,000, but the what it comes out to be for the one field is Riverbend High School is 1.184, and in our budget we have 800,000. So that's like 380,000, which if you have 800,000 to start out, that's just about a third of the cost of the field. So then you add in the 300,000 additional from the Massaponics, and so that together comes up to 700,000 plus the 300,000. This is what I'm looking at, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, plus the 300,000. That's why I'm asking how we're making that money up, even though I know it's another pot of money in a CIP, but we still, as taxpayers and community, still have to pay that money back, whether it's over 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years. So my question is, from what I'm looking at, approximately $1 million, and we have 800,000 budgeted in the CIP. So I'm $1 million is another field. This is just what I wrote up real quick. So I just want to finish my comments before I get cut off. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, we got, Dr. Baker, you want to answer that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I know Mr. Hockaday can address the additional costs for the two fields that the board is considering tonight. We are aware at this date that of the amount of money that was stolen. I believe it was at least about $409,000 had already been refunded. We are aware that through the police investigation, though nothing has come out formally from them, but I'm aware that it appears that more funds may have been locked down. So, and it sounds like that may be a significant amount. But irregardless, between what has already been recovered, what we believe is maybe still to be recovered, and insurance that we have, we believe that in the end, all of those funds will be fully restored. So there will be not any outstanding funds on that end. And so I'm just addressing that part. But once we know that for sure, Ms. Phelps, we would announce that. So I don't want to say anything premature. I just want to kind of address the intent of, will we have more to make up? And I'm confident that we won't. But that doesn't address the second part of the question, and I'll let Mr. Hockaday address that.
And you're right, Ms. Phelps, that in the CIP that it's listed as 800,000. Originally, those numbers, just for to give everybody all the information, we had originally said that we were going to, that fields would cost $1 million. There was a thought that doing more than one, we were going to get a better price. And I want to be sure people understand that you can get a field for $800,000. It is not a field that I would recommend, and not a field that I think that we could allow students to play on in good conscience. To get the quality field that we need, or we want to be able to install, it's over $1 million, and it depends on the site of how much more than $1 million it is. We have funds in the CIP for this year, funding that, in projects that came in under what we had budgeted. I have talked to finance. That money is there in the CIP that we have not spent, and it's not allocated to other projects yet, that will cover the cost of the additional cost from the 800,000 to what the cost of the fields are. So the funding is there. We're not taking it from another project. It is from savings from other projects that came in under what we estimated. So that the funding's there for the fields if you also so approve them.
Right, which leads me to this the priority list. You know, I hear what you're saying with the fields, and it looks pretty, and we're a sports family, and I get it, but all students, you know, for me, I believe that our priority list with that extra money that we have in CIP could go towards the Massaponics, the parking lot. I mean, there's weeds growing up. Thornburg Middle School, I went there, and there's just black mold in the ceiling where the kids eat. You know, our Robert E. Lee, they don't have an elevator, you know, somewhere to get the kids and the staff up to the second floor. So while these are my concerns with that extra money that is in the CIP funds, right, the priorities, that's all I'm bringing out is the priorities in Lisa Phelps in looking at the whole picture and all of the students, right? So that is my, you know, I guess my statement back with the concerns of the priorities.
Yes, ma'am. And I fully understand that. It's, we're tasked as staff to bring a price and to you for y'all to vote on, and that's what we're doing. And that's what we can do.
Ms. Shelley.
Thank you for giving us this information. First thing I want to say, though, is the money's not missing. The money was stolen. And I want that clear. The money was stolen from our school division. It was not missing as if someone was underhanded here taking it. When you brought the Cortland field to us before, the extra shock resistant, the shock pad was about $250,000. Is that about what it is still?
Yes, ma'am.
So of that additional $700,000, approximately $500,000 of that is for safety aspects for our students. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Between the shock pad and the cost of the synthetic turf style that we're using, those attributes are what cost. And again, you know, we can go with a lower end product, and we cannot use the shock pad, and we cannot use the geofill, and there's a lot of things you can not do, but you don't end up with a field that I would recommend.
Okay, thank you. So we are using more safety equipment type, more tools, safety tools on the new field.
Yes, ma'am.
And so therefore, that's most of the additional cost is for safety.
And I'll add, I think there's a couple different views of safety you have to take on this. And one is, and one of the people speaking tonight mentioned it, on a natural field, when they do what they call a GMAX testing, which is basically the amount of impact that the ground will absorb. And the reason they do this is for concussions. A lot of concussions that athletes have are not just head to head or body to body, it's actually them hitting the ground. So it's basically measuring the impact. It's how much force that ground absorbs. In a natural field, depending on the season, the weather, how much it's been played on, all of that varies where you test that field because you're dealing with a natural product. With this product, it gives you the same test data across the field, end zone to end zone, sideline to sideline, your field tests the same. When you can know that you're putting in a product and that data that you're getting back, and you know that that field will take more impact, absorb more of that, to take that, to lessen the resistance of when you hit it. You know that not only are you lessening the concussions, but it's also easier on, the body, on joints. All of that stuff is documented. And another area that's a safety, and I know we had a coach here speaking tonight for field hockey, and any of those that follow field hockey. When you play field hockey on a natural surface versus a synthetic surface, the speed of that ball that's moving is night and day. When you have teams that only play, that go home and practice on natural grass, then they go and they show up on game day at a place and they're playing on turf, the ball speed, they have to get used to all over again. When that ball is moving 20, 30, 40 miles an hour faster, that's a lot to get used to. When you start seeing, and I say this because my daughter plays field hockey, she has for the last 4 years, when you start seeing those girls take those shots to the face because they're not used to that ball moving that fast, it's hard to say, why are we doing this? Because, and if you don't supply the right surface, synthetic surface, it's just like they're playing on natural grass and you hurt them again. So it's not just giving them a synthetic surface, it's giving them the right surface that all sports can be played on safely. Lastly, I'll say this, and I've talked to all the ADs and the principals, and I think they all feel the same way. We're talking about fields, and earlier Mrs. Grant made the comment that this is CIP money, and that is true. But making this investment also cuts down on investments on money that I spend out of my operating budget. This cuts down on the water sewer bill that I pay every month. So that is money into my operating budget that then frees up money to do things that can be used on operating expenses. The other part of that is ADs get trapped in spending all this money and time on fields for sports. The reality is they have a whole gamut of things that they're responsible for, not just sports that's played on a field. They're responsible for swims, they're responsible for clubs. All that falls under the AD. So it gives you it puts your other sports at a disadvantage when the AD has to say, I'm spending $7,000, I'm spending $6,000 of my $7,800 a year allowance on paint, just for fields. And then now I gotta come up with another $7,000 or $8,000 for grass seed because that's no longer in my budget. That's up for the AD to pay for. They don't have this money, and every bit of the money they do have is going in fields. So if you were on a swim team, that field isn't doing you any good. And that AD it's killing the AD because he wants to give and do more for his swim team. He can't because he's out of money. Now, I'm a sports fan, but I can tell you that I have a daughter that plays field hockey. I can also tell you that I have a son that is considered, he is high-functioning autistic. He has not played a sport. Until last year, he went to high school. He joined the swim team. I don't know of another sport that a child can play that is autistic. And at the end of last year, when he stood up there and he got it as a freshman, got his pen, and he got his letter, and then he received an award because he made up the best time of any swimmer on the swim team. He cut the most time from his record. To see that look on a child's face that never thought he was going to play a sport is amazing. So if we can give money to fields that's going to release money for them to put in another pot and give these autistic children or the special children a way to play, I don't know what we're discussing. I'm sorry if that's offensive, as a parent, where I stand. We have kids in this division that if they don't play sports, if they don't get that time now, they're never going to get the chance. If my son did not swim now, he would have never known what it's like to be on a swim team. He would never be included. And that did more for him than any program we put him in. He is actually socially capable of having a conversation. He is now, because of that, he had confidence in himself to join the cybersecurity class at Spotsylvania High, and I can proudly say he's got a 98 in that class. And we're talking about a child that in middle school, in elementary, they wanted us to take him out of school and put him in a special school. He is in general ed, and he is functioning, and his high school career is because of swimming. I just think all of that needs to be taken into thought, and we need to stop thinking about the color of a field, where the field was, where the money went. It was stolen, and that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Hold on, Dr. Meyer. Let's give Ms. Gramp a chance first, and then I'll go back to you, and then I'll finish, okay? Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that there were some misleading statements in this whole discussion. And number one, Ms. Shelley pointed out, and Mr. Hockaday pointed out, well, that the money was stolen. If it wasn't stolen, that wouldn't have been recovered. You don't recover from some other way. And I assume charges will be pressed as soon as the investigation is concluded. But the CIP, they were also like kind of alleging that you're supposed to be, down to the dollar on the CIP, but it's planned for 5 years, and so these are all estimates. So estimates, things change from 2014 to 2019. So there's always general estimates. The project is approved in a general price range, and I mean, the gas prices can change. Tons of things can change. It can drastically change the price and cost of a project in 5 years. So CIP isn't always down to the dollar, and it never is, and no project is in any building field. It's always projections. There's also the things that were mentioned as examples, parking lot maintenance, et cetera. Those are just like bus schedules, just like any other maintenance. All the schools are on a cycle. We don't do all the parking lots at once. We do a certain amount of each year at a time until you get through it. We don't do crack filling. We don't do asphalt paving. We do some striping on our own with their painting department, but not all of it. So it's all subcontracted out. It's all done through the RFP. And although I think we might want to bring it in-house, some more parking lots we get, we are still in a process where RFPs go out for paving and parking lot maintenance, but that is done on a schedule. So you don't say, the schedule is preset. So even if you have some carryover from 1 year from the CIP, you don't just throw in those, you just go to the next ones on the list. That's the next in the schedule. So that's how you maintain over 30 properties on a cyclical basis. So unless something is an emergency, we'll just tackle that as it gets there. But I just want to make sure people aren't thinking that we're ignoring one thing. Those things are on a schedule. If you look at the CIP, you'll see the schedule, and that's why we, of course, scheduled. We can't do all 5 fields at once. There's not enough time for that to get them playable, and that's a lot of CIP projects you're putting off if you did all 5 fields in 1 year. So just trying to stick with 30 different properties and getting everything taken care of in rotation. So,
Dr. Meyer.
Sean, Mr. Hockaday, thanks for sharing the progress that was made when I was doing the CIP and I'd have to put a number to a project, I would cringe because I'd always know that number, by the time I write it and by the time it gets fulfilled, it could be from 800 could go to 900,000, million. And it all varies by what makes up the scope of that project. So I want to thank you for taking the time to explain that transition from the time when it was originally put in the CIP, and we were discussing at that time as to what we've evolved to because of our learning more and then trying to make the right recommendation for the board so that we are making the right decision.
And we have adjusted the amounts for the final two, because we know they're going to be more than 800,000.
And that's a
Taking
change,
it-
that's a sequence that goes through, every time, that's why the CIP is visited every year. I do understand the dilemma, what Ms. Phelps is saying about other projects, because, as Ms. Grant just got finished saying, there are 30 sites, umpteen different buildings, different envelopes, all different needs that are there, and it is a juggling. You're constantly having several balls up in the air at the same time. Which one do you tackle first, second, third? And that's a judgment that you, as part of the administration, have to make that recommendation to us. We can question it, but then you have to go with something. And at the same time, the projects have to be fluid. You're going to gain on some, you're going to lose on some in terms of budget figures. But I wanted to thank you for this very difficult kind of a project, because as you define the scope, you define the cost, and that impacts where you're going. But you're making a recommendation to us, which is the best recommendation you can make for the safety of our students and the protection for them, and to gain all the advantages that we heard from the speakers this evening, and addressing different student needs, even with your own son and daughter, as you have parental kind of responsibilities and experience. So I thank you for sharing that with us. You have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I moved with a question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Blaine, please. No, I haven't had a chance to speak. I haven't had a chance to speak yet. I want to share a few things. First of all, part of the cost, the increased cost with the Cortland project was the unique drainage situation where folks that lived in Fox Point had an inordinate amount of runoff going into their backyards, basically turning it into a swamp. And the drainage that we prepared, and I've had a chance to talk to some of the residents that are there, the drainage has pretty much fixed the problem.
Yes, sir.
Some of it is just lay of the land where they're going to get some runoff, but the field is no longer causing damage to someone else's property. Is that not in fact correct?
Yes, sir, you're correct.
And so the preponderance of that cost was because of the unique drainage problems. And we know that some of the other fields will have their own unique drainage issues, and they're all going to be different based off their setting.
Correct.
Right. Now, I want to share some things that are strategic in its view, and we talked a lot about the tactical or the practical reasons why the turf fields make sense. But these fields also make sense because they're going to offer economic development in our community. How is that? Well, I was talking to some of the athletic directors. They're already coordinating with the Virginia High School League to host state tournaments here in Spotsylvania. That means that there's going to be hotels that are being filled. There's going to be eateries that folks are going to eat at that are going to add into our economy. When we host venues, because of our fields and the proximity to where they lie in relationship to I-95, it is an economic boon for us. And to not invest in that would be a horrible mistake. So that's just one piece. The other part is that recently I had a chance to attend the middle school championship game that was played at Cortland. The runner-up game for third and fourth place was played before it, and then the championship game was played. And then on Saturday they had a JV championship game that was played. Another school was already trying to, that was a private school, was trying to ascertain what could they do to rent the field for their championship game that they were having. The level of interest in renting those fields is there, and it's there for us at Spotsylvania, not just for football, but for soccer, for lacrosse, for a variety of different sports. The field is already lined for all of it. Now, the other thing that I love about the field that's unique is that it has the coconut husk that's on the ground. So it doesn't have those rubber pellets like one person was talking about. If you're on a field that has those rubber pellets in the middle of August, the field's about 10 degrees hotter than it is outside. Well, on this field, there's no measurable difference in the temperature of the field and what's going on in the ambient temperature outside. So we have a first-rate field in that regard, that the field allows for that. But here's another thing that just blew me away. Because we have so many teachers that are not, coaches that are not teachers in the building, and they work at other jobs, and they can't get to practice at the time that some teachers would practice. Our field hockey girls, they practice later in the evening. And it doesn't matter if they're on the field or not, if they're running around the field, because it's not going to affect the football field, because the field is going to be true all the way through. But they can come, have practice later in the evening, turn on the lights, and it's golden. But in the summertime, when football teams are having two-a-days, well, they don't have to practice in the middle of the day and burn up. They can practice at night, turn on the lights when the temperature is a lot lower, and we're going to significantly reduce heat injuries. There's so many different advantages. I don't even have the time right now to discuss all the unique advantages to having field turf. But there's economic advantages, there's operational advantages because we've already had some scheduling issues that have been resolved this year, and there's also some practical advantages as it pertains to the health of our children. So I'll be supporting this measure wholeheartedly, and will continue to advocate for the fields. Now we've had an opportunity to hear from all the board members. We'll call for the vote. We'll call by roll call. We'll start with Ms. Gramp.
Gramp, aye.
Mr. Blaine.
Blaine, aye.
Ms. Phelps.
Phelps, no.
Dr. Meyer.
Aye.
And Ms. Shelley.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So the motion carries 5-1 with one absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move on to 16.01, unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business? Unfinished business? Unfinished business, go ahead.
This is probably for Renee, but at the September 9th meeting, we approved the Stop School Violence Act grant, and I was wondering if the Board of Supervisors appropriated the funds, and who are the contacts for it? Did the training occur, and when would it be implemented?
So we're still waiting on the federal government for final approval. So we've done all the approvals that we need to do. The Board of Supervisors have done the approvals that they need to do. We now have to wait for the federal government to do final approvals on the grant. We had to submit packets of information to show that we had done our approval process, that we had signed everything off, and so we're just waiting for the county to notify us as soon as the federal government has approved that grant.
But the Board of Supervisors, they did appropriate it? The funds that we needed them to?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But we cannot release the funds until the grant is approved on the federal government side.
Right, perfect, thanks.
Okay.
I do have a couple, somebody brought up the, I guess we were talking about the bond. Is there is there another bond that's coming up for discussion, or is that new business? Maybe I'll bring it up in new business.
That's not even.
Never mind.
That's not even up there. Do you want to?
No, I mean, I think there will be, as we go into this next budget cycle, I think we've alluded to it previously, Ms. Phelps, so I think you're right. We are going to be running out of the funds that the current bond, it will only take us through another full fiscal year. And so we will be needing to start thinking about a future bond and potentially for the 2020 election.
Okay, so all right, maybe that's new business, my questions I
Okay.
have, or I have other questions too, but.
Well, let's,
Seems like it's all
do you
new.
have any other unfinished business before
No,
we go
that
to
was it.
Okay, so we have no other unfinished business. We'll go now to new business. Go ahead.
Well, let's go back to the bus drivers. If, I'd like to make a motion that the school board creates or directs staff to help create and facilitate the next steps on getting a school board advisory transportation committee together. You know, just like the school board advisory group, I think it was.
Dr.
when I
Baker, didn't
first
you
ta-
just tell us you were
first
starting a
stepped on
group?
the-
Hold on a second. Let her finish. Oh, give me a chance. Let her finish speaking, and then we'll go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, that's good. Go ahead, Doctor.
No, I think, and I alluded to it earlier, but I think that the board could do both. What I was going to do, regardless of any board action, is I'd asked Mr. Forrest to develop a task force on the administrative side so that I could begin to look at some of those problems. Not only the salary piece, I think definitely is one that I can't do just on the administrative side. It would take, board support and a future decision on the budget. But if you want it to be combined, I think as Ms. Phelps is saying, to have an advisory or a task force that would have a board representation on it, that might be a little bit of a different process. So I think that may, and I think, are you talking, Ms. Phelps, something along the lines of like the food service task force, being something like
I'm
that?
talking on the lines of, we had a school board advisory committee that had representation from each school board member, had a representative on it, and there were some outside folks, community members, that met together, and they went to the different, SEAC meetings, and then they would come back and give us a report from their group. So it's the same, I don't know, do you remember it? or-
I just remember that for a very short period of time, there was an attempt by the board, and I think it was originally when Ms. Gramp was chair, that there was an advisory that dissolved rather quickly and never really got going, but it may be a different one that you're talking about.
No, that's the same one. However, this would be geared towards transportation.
Yeah, that's certainly up to the board. I'll just let you know that, and we can find a way that maybe the task force that I'm looking at, which is more of a focus group right now, but maybe there's a way for that to intersect if you all decide to do that as a process.
Right, and my thinking behind that is to have somebody from the task force participate with this committee that would come here and give us the recommendations.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Ms. Phelps to have staff, and please correct me if I say this incorrectly, have staff institute a school board advisory for transportation, or earmarked for transportation. Okay, Ms. Phelps is nodding her head yes.
Yes.
Dr. Baker, is that?
Yes, I do think though, if it's going to be a board committee, then it's the board that needs to act on that. It would have nothing to do. We would just provide the support, whether it's like a liaison or someone that's going to help to run those meetings and support the process administratively. But we can do that at the board's direction.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Phelps for the school board to institute a advisory committee as it pertains to transportation. Do we have a second?
I'm going to second it so I can discuss the problems with this motion.
So we have it's been moved and it's been seconded by Ms. Gramp. Ms. Gramp, go ahead, please.
Because I started the school board advisory committee, we went through the guidelines. The advisory committee went through the guidelines, so as laid out by the state organization. And there were a lot of guidelines because they were a committee started by us to inform us only. There wasn't an admin committee as like the food service task force. Because it was a school board created committee, they had different rules to follow. And so as a committee, they went through the rules and saw lot of extra work on their part because of them being called the School Board Advisory Committee, that they chose to not do this committee anymore. So because of those tasks, and that was the feedback from a committee that served, they met 5 times, and that was their recommendation to us. So to no longer call them School Board Advisory because of how the law is written out. So I recommend us, I like Dr. Baker's idea, that's why I wanted him to comment first. Let him do, the admin has to start what's like if a food service task force, it could be the transportation service task force, and we could all appoint members to that. That is totally, I'm all for that, but the actual School Board Advisory Committee are the ones that recommended it's not worth doing a School Board Advisory Committee because of those words exactly have different guidelines because they are a committee set up by the school board. So it's a legal difference.
Okay.
So they recommend, Dr. Meyer can elaborate.
Go ahead, Dr. Meyer.
On that area, that's the reason I'm trying to figure out which is the best way to do this. I think I understand what you're trying to do. The question is how to do it. When it becomes a school board activity, then it's subject to the rules of public notice, so much time, minutes, all that has to be maintained. I know Dr. Martin keeps track of which groups are considered school board public meetings and which are not. And then no more than 2 members can be part of it because then you're getting into a full-fledged meeting if there's 3. It is, I think you can accomplish exactly what you're after if you set it up like a food service task force meeting where the chair can appoint 2 members who are interested, but let it be at administrative level, not the board level. Once it goes to the board level, then it becomes subject to FOIA, public meetings, you know, the announcements and all that. And I don't think you really want to get into that world. I don't think.
And I think for the purpose, if we want bus drivers to feel encouraged to come and give us their honest input, they don't want to be subject to FOIA'd. I mean, it's not fun to be FOIA'd by the public. So for you to be a subject of, to open yourself up, they're going to be less honest, more. We want to encourage a free flow of information. So we would like to not, you know, put them into a federal Freedom of Information Act situation. So I think that doing the admin transportation task force, you had the support from most of the board.
I think Ms. Phelps mentioned to me that she would be willing to redact her motion and phrase it in the way where it would be an administrative or task force under the superintendents, just like the food task force. So since that's the change in the motion, do you accept that because you seconded the first motion?
Yes, so we're going to call it the...
So it's going to be an administrative task force under the superintendent, and then we will assign at the beginning of the year 2 school board members to be a part of it.
If I may, because I want to make sure, because there was one thing that I thought I was hearing in Ms. Phelps' desire to provide support, which is that all 7 of you up here, and I would imagine all 7 in the future, have a real desire to be connected. And so even though you may have 2 members who serve directly on this task force, I would certainly be open if it's the board's pleasure, that each of you could also recommend a member to be a part of it. But I also want to make sure that that will be a process that would be ongoing, and while it would be under the administrative supervision, there would be direct board involvement across the board. And then that does not discount me as superintendent, because I was sincere when I shared that if a group of bus drivers or folks want to meet with me, or they want to do problem solving on something immediately about a situation they're having, I'm not going to wait for that to be a part of this process. So I don't want them, not just the folks that are here, but them to think we have to wait for there to be a task force meeting before problems can be solved through the superintendent administration.
So we have a motion on the floor that's been properly seconded. We'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 6-0 with one absent. Any other new business? Ms. Shelley. Oh, and then I'll come back to you. Ms. Shelley. Ms. Shelley, go ahead.
As I said earlier, our Board of Supervisors just recently have enacted a pay increase duly deserved for our first responders. And the reason being, our county is losing firefighters, paramedics, and deputies north because the pay is better. Well, I could take those words out of those, that's the first responders, and I could change it to teachers, bus drivers, paraeducators, all of our employees as well. So with that, I would like to, I have one more note. And and thankfully, our deputies and all of our first responders can get overtime pay. So they can get their salary plus overtime pay. For more than half of our employees that are that are licensed employees on a salary, they cannot get overtime pay. I mean, I'm looking at our people here, our bus drivers, our administrators. There were teachers here earlier. They're working night and day, and they cannot get overtime pay. So I would like, make a motion for us to ask staff to, it's hard to say how I'm going to put this. What the county did with the first responders was to enact their steps that they have been lacking over the last number of years. Our staff has not had, we've had one step since I think 2008 or 2009. They've gotten little COLAs, 10 years before with one step. I would like our staff to take a look and see what the cost would be to reenact the steps for our staff. And that's where I'm struggling, is how far to go back. Because I know now, because I looked at it last year, that a teacher who was on year 8 in 2008 would be on year 18 now, is not making anywhere near what they would have been making on step 18 10 years ago. So, I think finance has an idea of what I'm asking for. I'm struggling putting it into words.
Well, let me try to
Dr. Baker's
understand what you're saying. Why don't we just have staff study and give us some course of action instead of making it so narrow that you know what I mean? We're not trying to create a course of action. We want to have options so we can develop a course of action.
We want to address the compression issue.
I want some numbers so that we have an idea of where we need to go
and to address the compression issue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Dr. Baker.
No, I think that I'm going to talk with our finance staff. I think that we can certainly calculate if you were to do just a standard step increase each year, what that would have cost over at least the last maybe 7 or 8 years. But the other thing that we're going to have to do is we're going to have to look at what we actually did as far as an increase. And so the step issue is one that isn't always about the current compensation level. It's about the inability for someone to even move up in the scale. And we don't necessarily have the same type of situation that they had at the county or the first responders. So what I want to make sure is that we're not saying, well, it cost this much and we didn't do any of it. We need to look at actually what we've done and what would it have cost if we had been able to, you know, continue with the steps over the time that nothing was being provided. And so I think that's where I think the concern has continued to be there for staff that experienced 3 to 5 consecutive years of not only not receiving a step, but being fairly stagnant in their pay. And so what would that cost to restore that period of time? And I'm getting some head nods, so I think I'm on the right track.
That's exactly what I
Dr.
was saying.
Baker, hold on a second. Dr. Baker, hold that thought. And Dr. Meyer, hold on a second. What I want to find out is, aren't we really just asking for unanimous consent of this board to have you all prepare a compensation study with that intent in mind for a later workshop? Is that what we're really asking?
That is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because I know we start our budget process next week.
Right.
And to have, I know maybe not have all the numbers, but have a rough estimate of what that would be. No, okay.
Okay, let me get Dr. Meyer, then you next. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Meyer.
Remembering that the scales were created originally with different plateaus, 5, 10, 15. And at those plateaus, the person stayed on the plateau for like 5. If the request is to now take a look at how can we eliminate those plateaus and make it continuous, 0 to 35. So, because that's what everybody is really talking about, is how to make that a smooth ladder, you might say, or steps, and over the 35. Because I heard a lot of complaints, and I know why it was done, and I know how some of the things came about, because there were really legislative actions that forced us into certain postures that we had to take. But while the plateaus were to acknowledge career jumps, but for those that weren't getting anything, they weren't getting anything. They were frozen for 5 years before they got another career jump. It would have been simpler to create or have created steps between the plateaus and made it even, so that a person just made it a normal progression through their career based on years of experience. So I think when it's cost out, you're going to have to correct the other situation that was created and make it continuous. Now, it's going to, prepare your pocketbooks, because it's going to be astronomical. But at least it will identify what is the delta out there that's been missing, because that's what you hear from the teachers, any staff person. I lost, which I can understand that. We just haven't had the funding level to be able to address it. And even the compensation study really didn't address that part of the problem. And I think if we can, if future boards, next board can tackle that one, I think it would be a tremendous advantage for all staff, teachers, paras, bus drivers, everybody. And I think that's the elephant that needs to be tackled. And I truly think the only real solution, you can't tackle it in 1 year. You're going to have to get consensus from the funding body that this is where we want to go, and it can be accomplished over, say, 5 years if you can do it incrementally, knowing that's the piece you want to bite off, but take 5 years to get there, I think would be the only way to do it. The other comment I want to make to that is that I want to say kudos to Ed Petrovich. I know I'm not going to serve on that anymore, but it was a pleasure meeting with and having a sit down with Ed Petrovich, chair and vice chair from both boards, and looking at solutions, looking for solutions, identifying problem areas, and thinking of how to work together. I mean, it was a breath of fresh air, honestly, to be able to sit down and say, well, finally. And if there's ever an opportunity then to come up with some kind of financial plan, that's going to be the opportunity, working with Ed Petrovich and his staff and coming up with some kind of financial plan, because only with a financial plan can you identify the delta you're trying to achieve over X number of years and saying that's our target and that's what we want to do, and this is how we truly want to treat our staff. You know, we're not at 2009, we're still not having recovered from 2009. And that's said all over the state. So if it can be accomplished, I think there's an opportunity now, and I was really optimistic. I'm sorry I won't be able to be around to see that, but I'll see the fruits of it, and I really do hope that that can be carried forward. Thank you.
Okay, we'll finish up. Let's give you the last comment. Go ahead, Ms. Phelps.
Well, I remember having this conversation with LaShawn Gaines. Where is she? Because I know she has all that. She might even have it written down somewhere, but I knew that she would come up with the numbers of what it was going to cost to address the compression and to put that back into place. So I don't know if finance has any of that. It was from, I think it was either last year or the year before the budget work session, where I asked her that question, and she came out with these figures, boop, 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 and she had it written down there. So I don't know. That's what came to my mind when we were when the motion had been brought up. So I just wanted to share that.
So by unanimous consent, we're just going to ask staff to engage us in that when we do our compensation study. And by unanimous consent, go ahead.
I have more. So this is new business, and Dr. Meyer had just brought it up that I was not informed or given any information on the discussions that had taken place with the county until I was talking, and they said I was receiving questions and about the population study and for redistricting and what that cost, the possibility of the Career Tech Center slated for renovation. And while I sat there going, I didn't know that this was even any information that was out there because it wasn't shared with me, I was blindsided. And, to have equal representation, I just feel, or I think that the fair and the right thing to do is to share all of that information, because I may not be here when I come up again. And if you're not here and you're having a meeting with discussions on our future, as a school board member, I would just hope that, while I'm not saying that there's secret meetings going on, I'm just hoping that there's not, or if there is some kind of meetings and discussions on school board business with the county going forward, that I would be privy to the information. That's all I'm asking.
Ma'am, there was no, I'll answer that question. There's no secret meetings going on. In fact, two of us can get together and address issues, and the board chair and the vice chair of both boards got together at the behest of both of the staffs to address some issues that are going to take us into the intent of our budget season. So there's nothing that was revealed in those meetings that are binding by anyone. We're just talking strategy. We're just talking about where each side is at in terms of what they'll be able to offer or what they need. That's about it. Any other observations or opinions real quick before we go? Okay, by unanimous consent, we're adjourned.